All right, everybody. I don't know. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Yeah. So, guys, sorry about this. If we had a little emergency last night, we had a pipe break at about midnight and flooded our downstairs. So, been up for a long time. Only had a couple hours sleep and just kind of waiting for a plumber. So I know it's in a personal emergency. I'm okay. I'm okay. Just no sleep. I haven't done any pre-market work at all, guys. So I'm not really sure what I'm going to do today. I'll keep the room open for sure, and excuse me, keep the room open for sure. Again, I haven't done any pre-market work. I have no idea what's happening. So we will. I'll get through this. No problem. I got to wait for the plumber. Hopefully, is coming over. Maybe in a couple hours. So I might have to take a little time off there too. But what a mess. Oh God. Anyway, let me just get the YouTube room up and running. Also, so for those of you who want to follow me on YouTube. And pop out the chat. All right, so I do see some of these things that are up this morning. XRF, China Rapid Finance. What is the market doing? The market is up a little bit, I guess. Okay, man, I guess I got to make sure I don't say anything crazy. Just give me another couple of minutes, guys. Just want to have to do a couple of rearranging things on my other monitors. And actually, it might be an interesting exercise for me then just to only completely watch my watch list, and that's it. I don't know if I'll be doing any trading. Well, in fact, I haven't even loaded my brokerage account. That might be a dangerous thing to do, but let's do it. So you guys have to prevent me from taking any crazy trades. No, it's not carpeting. Unfortunately, well, I don't know. Fortunately, unfortunately, it's all hardwood. So a lot of it is lifting. That's the issue, also. So let me just don't short Melly. I know that you want to. Okay. Just give me a second here as I complete the load of my Interactive Brokers account. I think I've used every number on the little card in the 4 years. You guys know what I'm talking about? No, I'm actually here, Jefferson. I did make it in. I just made it in. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I'll see what happens, okay? I think I'm okay in terms of at least moderating the room. I have no idea if I'll take any trades or anything, but just got to clear my head a little bit, that's all. Steve, you're in the YouTube room. You can post stuff in the YouTube room, all right? But there is I'll call it a more robust trading room, in which if you do want to interact with other traders a little more, you can go there. I can give you the link if you'd like. Just give me a second. Just give me a second and I'll put the link into the YouTube feed. Okay, so there you go, Steve. There's a link for the other Say, just again, I know it's a little confusing sometimes. There's two feeds going. They're both the same in essence. The YouTube feed, you can see my screen, you can hear me, just like you can in the what we'll call the trading room. The trading room just has a lot more traders in it, a lot more interaction among the traders, and also it's more easy for me to hand out links if you want some of my windows that I share. It's just a lot easier for me to do that in the trading room. I will. I'll pass that on. Yeah, I do recall LPSN was a trade of the week a few weeks ago. Yeah, look at it now. Yeah, wow, nice pop out. I don't know if he ever would have got stopped out if it actually hit the stop. Now they're my vocal pipes. You mean to the YouTube room, Sizzlix? Remember, if you're in this room, you don't want to go to the other room also. All right, guys, let me just see. Let me just see if I can hit my bearings. Exit. Okay, I'm going to start adding a couple of these to the my watch list. That's typically what I do. A couple of the early morning ones. See if I can do that. I hear SDC is, have to load that window. My gap ups, is it a gap up or a gap down? Oh, it's a gap up. Okay, SDC. Oh, nice gap up for it. Wow, look at that move for SDC. Not getting any volume, Danny boy. If you can. Okay, just give me a second here. Just want to maybe start modifying some of the things. Excuse me, my watch list. The watch list this morning. Okay, so let's see. So there's Wendy's. Wendy's had earnings, I see, May the 6th, pre-market. So that is, what's the date today? Okay, May the 6th. So yes, so Wendy's has earnings. However, it's got some room. Wendy's has some room. A lot of earnings plays. I'm just checking here. A lot of earnings plays, guys. And Silk. What is Silk? That's an... Oh, for some reason I thought it was an ETF for the for Silk. Silk. So this is a big gap. Wow, look at this big gap down for Silk. I think I've seen this one for a long time. You're right. The market's going to open in less than a minute. Oh, I see. Okay. So, okay, guys. Well, have a good trading day. There you are, Steve. I see you. Yeah, so you made it into the room. Great. All right, everybody. So market is now open. So in fact, let me get rid of these two things. All right, there's General Motors. General Motors, so it had a gap up, I guess, on earnings, and now it's starting to come down a little bit. And again, okay, just obviously I didn't have time to mention all this. So if you want to follow my watch list up and down, you have to from the toolbar, the Trade It Is toolbar, assuming you're obviously a subscriber. Click on New and Channel Bar, and then My Windows right there. And that'll load, you'll see 3 windows and a couple of charts probably. Remember though, before you do that or anything in a channel bar, make sure that you have saved your layout to the cloud, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time, and your layout will disappear when you load my layout. So make sure you know, there's no problem as long as, again, you've saved your layout before. And let's see, so GM up and down. Okay, look at that. Look at that bottoming tail for GM, and now the pop for GM. This is an earnings play. Interesting to see really what it's going to do, because once the market gets rolling, I mean, have we had the gap and that's it? Remember, there's that 1.4 billion in the float, so it's going to take a lot to move this now. Has the major move is probably over. That's a big move though, almost 10% for a stock with 1.5 billion in the float. Pins, I'm hearing pins. Pins, not needles, but pins. Pins, so, okay, yeah, I saw this. This is an earnings play. Earnings play may be coming into some support here. Well, that's a really big, that's a big gap down for pins. So that's 17%. Well, if you start believing in this company, this SDC, it has a lot of room still. About another $7 to get to that level here. Now XRF is one that, yeah, I saw that. Okay, so wow, this is a nice pop here. Look at the volume that's coming in. Half the volume right there. What is the news on XRF? Into an agreement with, okay, to create a more diversified business. That is the news. Keep an eye on LTBR. I don't know if there's any volume in it. I have it thumbnailed. Let's see if there's any volume yet for LTBR. This is one from yesterday. I was waiting on a break on this yesterday, over 6. Didn't happen. It looks like it's happening now, but the volume, wow, XRF is really... Bill, didn't we have this issue with you yesterday? Then you went to Firefox, you said, and that helped. Disney, yeah. What is Disney doing? I know it had earnings. Oh, the other one I want to look at. So there's Disney. So that's not bad, really. It's only down 1.5%. So it's really not that bad. The other one I wanted to look at was Peloton. Peloton, I know, had earnings after hours yesterday. And is it holding? Not quite. Got as high as 37.61. That would have been almost an all-time high, I think. Yeah, there's the all-time high, 38. So it was close. All right, NTNX. Didn't somebody just mention they've laid off a bunch of people? 30% of their workforce. Did I just read that somewhere? Oh man, there goes LTBR. I don't know what the volume's like. LTBR, there's, wow. What's the spread? Let me see what the spread is for that LTBR. Yeah, it's a bad spread right now, as you would expect, with only 26,000 and 2 million in the 2.8 million in the float. Well, that's a big move. Am I dreaming or did I? Oh, there it is. Yeah, thank you, Harry T. 26% of their workforce. So laying off 26% of their workforce. NTNX. Well, look at that. Look at that void. Yeah, what is that? What's happening with LivePerson? Just an earning? Yeah, actually, it's an earnings play. So you got, I shouldn't say lucky. So this was, I can't remember, when was this trade of the week? It must have been a few weeks ago, LPSN. But, this is one of the ones where, I guess if you held it and it went through earnings and or had earnings and it worked out extremely well, obviously. Wendy's, yeah, didn't I read somewhere there's a shortage of beef for Wendy's? Some of them you can't get meat, you can't get a burger. I didn't. I'm sure I read that last night somewhere, which you would think would put a bit of a damper in the business for some cities. Yeah, certainly not overall. No, I didn't. Certainly didn't mean it was every single Wendy's, but. Mark, I know this has been an active one. I know also that it really, yeah, crazy one. Just one moment, please. Yeah, so this is a great earnings play. Look at it. I mean, what you want to talk about a break on the weekly? Look at that break on the weekly for LPSN. So guys, I'm going to just pop this into the room right now. Talk to the people who are brand new into the room. Welcome to the room. A little bit of a strange day for me. I had a bit of a plumbing emergency, so I had a late start today and no real pre-market work. So I apologize. Well, I apologize for that, I guess, but just want to put this link into the room. This is the test drive link. Okay. Test drive starts on Monday. So we're getting closer and closer. Hello, Scott. Welcome to the room. And let me pop that into the YouTube feed also. Okay, so again, the test drive, just so you guys know, the test drive, click on that link, and the test drive starts on Monday. Basically, from May 11th to May 22nd, that is 10 trading days. You'll have access to our full premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber. It'll cost you $8.99 for those 10 trading days. Also open for those of you who are have our standard subscription. You can upgrade for those 10 trading days to premium for the $8.99. We only do this 4 times a year, so it's a good opportunity to try us out. One of our probably most often asked questions is, do you have a free trial? And no, we don't, but this is about as close as you're going to get. So, I mean, that starts on Monday. Now, you'll actually have access to the program about, say, give it a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday. So you'll be able to play around with the program over the weekend. And of course, we'll have a ton of support for those 10 trading days. This room will be like this. This room is like this every day. This is nothing special in terms of a test drive, but we'll also have special test drive support. So again, you want to try us out, this is a great opportunity, all right? And what you're doing, if you sign up today, basically you're just pre-registering, okay? So don't try to download the program. You will get, I know it's a little confusing, you'll get a message saying you must take out a subscription or something to that effect. So just don't download it, okay? Basically you're just pre-registering, and I believe on Friday, once the market closes, you'll get your data, an email saying, okay, now you can download it. Guys, look at this was from yesterday, AKBA. I actually didn't realize that AKBA, it was an earnings play, but they also did have some news too. So that was another reason why AKBA was pretty robust. Yeah, Macrogenics. Ooh, nice pop here for Macrogenics through the 200-day moving average. It's actually an earnings play too. I will try. I don't know if I'm going to trade today, Money Me. I do trade. But again, the other thing though, the purpose of the room is again not to tell you what to buy and sell all day long. I do trade. I haven't traded as much in my account. There's pins, complete reversal now, trying to come back. Just answering a lot more questions than normal. Since a lot of people, we have a lot more people, of course, sitting at home. So a lot of new people. So I've had to answer more questions than is normal. And again, as I say, we had a little plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. So I've had a late start. I haven't done any pre-market work, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do today. But I'll be here at least until the plumber arrives. Meanwhile, XRF just continues this run here. That light bridge still looks good. Now, I was all over this one yesterday, but I know I traded it here, but I wanted to see if it was going to take out 6. It didn't take out 6, but it's taking out 6 now. The spread is starting to tighten up a little bit. The volume is picking up a little bit. We need more volume. The attractive part of it, of course, is it still has room up to that 9-ish level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but through the 200-day moving average yesterday, so that's not an issue. Now, Macrogenics, wow, what a great move. It is now obviously resumed from its halt. Well, Hector, it's all feel, okay? When you say, how do I trade it? I mean, I'm watching stocks, of course. So just because they pop with high volume. Now, as I explained many times, I'm looking at the daily, the weekly, and the monthly chart to see if there's more room, if there's room. You know what I mean by room, if there's a gap, if there's a void. If I like what I see, and, the 200-day moving average isn't close, but I'm not going to take a trade just because it made a new high on volume. It also, let me see if I can find, well, like the MGNX as an example. The MGNX is right, at least it was straight up. So there's no, unless you just guess and get it and you get lucky, but there's no pattern to trade from right now. I mean, because it's just straight up. And I'm not going to guess it is going to keep going up. Fred, are you in the YouTube room? I know you love Clovis. Look at the volume that's coming into Clovis, and Clovis is an earnings play too. CLVS is an earnings play. Okay, so Sanjay, in order to get these 3 windows, all right, you have to go, wow, look at MGNX, just absolutely rippage here, straight up. But again, I can't take this trade because there's absolutely no pattern. You'd just have to be guessing and hoping that it would go up, even if you took it here or here or here. You would have been right, but it's just a guess. Okay, so Sanjay, if you want these 3 windows here, and it's 9:45, you might start getting some, right there, XRF as an example. From the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then My Windows, okay? If you have a layout already, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. first because these are layouts and it'll replace the layout you have. So that'll get you these 3 windows. And then all the other windows, like the basic new highs and lows, all the scans that I'm sharing are, you can click on the scans tab in the trading room and here are all the scans that I am sharing. All right, or you can click on this, it looks like a half open folder. It's called the room drive icon. Scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document and you can take a look at everything at your leisure. Okay, so it's sort of more of an a la carte. Well, XRF Houston was in the, I mean, I know it was. All you have to do is, I suggest tomorrow, you make sure, if you click on scans, and you see I've got a couple of, you just have to find the pre-market up and down. I mean, all this, most of these are all going to be in the pre-market. You just have to, I know it's here somewhere. Where is it? Oh, guys, right. I have to, well, there they are. Okay, pre-market actives up and down. Okay, there it is in the scan section, okay? I'm going to have to put the links in here. This is normally what I do before I open the room, but I don't know what you mean by parent, Hector. I didn't say parent, so it must be a typo or something. Okay. Now, what a move for MGNX. Straight up. Absolutely straight up. We also have, yeah, we also do have a pre-market channel. I mean, we do have that pre-market channel too. The reason I like those 2 windows that I showed you, a little more information in them. You know, you can sort on different columns. Easy enough to construct a lot of these windows, but I'm sharing them so you don't have to know how to do them. But any window that I'm sharing, let's just say you wanted the basic new highs and lows as an example. MGNX is halted again. Wow. It's amazing. I mean, I haven't seen one like this for a while. We see halts a lot of times, but not due to earnings. Not due to earnings typically. So, and there's XRF. XRF 276. There was the alert 276 from my watch list. Yeah, you're right. So keep an eye. If you're in this one, you got in this one early and you still have a piece of it. There's that 200-day moving average. So that could really stall it right at $3. Okay, let me just keep going here. So if you take one of my windows. Okay, this is this is kind of a template. I mean, all you have to do then, if you want to change them, you right-click on the window, configure. If you go to the summary, you'll see the filters that I'm using, but you may want a different price range. You know, I mean, I have a price range between 1 and 30. So you just click on it and you can make an adjustment there. You could maybe make an adjustment to the volume. You could add a filter and take out a filter. Okay, so it's more or less a template for you to use. You don't have to change it if you don't want, but Yeah, I can't answer that, Brent. I mean, analysts are analysts. I mean, no, this is from yesterday. Wow, look at this star from yesterday. This was an AI alert yesterday, ADVM. It was a couple of alerts, a couple of different strategies alerted. The first one at $17 and the next one at 18 on a pullback. And the real mention Sting, STNG. So it feels like I'm looking at all this, and it feels like the market is like ripping higher. It must be up 500 points or something, and we're only up 62. Look at ADVM. What a continuation from yesterday. ADVM. Look at the room it's got. I see Vapo on the move too. Look at this. Look, a lot of moves like this. No pullbacks whatsoever. And look at Vapo, guys. I mean, look at the room it's got. So, I mean, it's taken all this out now, all on the monthly chart. All right, guys, just going to put myself on mute for 1 minute, okay? I'll be right back, about 1 minute. All right, excuse me. All right, I'm back. All right, so XRF, let's see, so look, if you really, I mean, I don't use very many indicators. If you look at my charts, you'll notice I hardly have any indicators, but the one that is, look at MGNX. I cannot believe this move in MGNX. Must be something more than just earnings. It's got to be more than just earnings. Reports Q1 loss, tops the revenue estimates. I don't think it's got nothing to do with the virus, MGNX. Is it shortable? I mean, at some point this is going to fall. Not, I don't mean collapse, but I guess it already did, kind of. Yeah, look at that, dropped $1. And it's halted on the way down now, yeah? No, it's not halted yet. So that was quick. That was a drop and then a drop of $1 and then almost right back up for MGNX. So I can see, I guess, oil is moving up, I guess, higher. I'm just, because I'm looking at all these tankers. Now, how's Rambus doing? Rambus? The nice one, guys, 1505. I wish I'd seen that just when it happened. 1505. Now, this has some room until maybe 16, okay? RMBS. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's not a bad spread. Decent volume to start. It's not a low float. 118 million in the float. Yeah, Real was mentioning a Sting. So these tankers, I bet you if I look at Fro, it's going to look very similar. Fro is looking similar. How about Nat? Probably similar. And also EURN. And yeah, so the tankers are just extremely weak. Okay, one moment, please. All right, so RMBS, is it still hanging in there? Yes, RMBS is still hanging in there. Has some room to 16, guys. It doesn't have a ton of room. I see some have come into the down. Let's see, 26. Oh, another nice one. There's, of course, this is an airline. I saw this one yesterday. This is why I made the list. I mean, a lot of the airlines look probably the same, but look at this. I mean, the support for Love is way down here around 1275 on the monthly chart. So there's Love on the way down. How about Resi? Are you still? Or is it moving down? It's kind of hanging tough. I'd wait. I mean, this is an all-time low. I'd wait for a 7 break, see if it took that out. CVM, some good ones on the short side, guys, right off the bat. Resi is just resting, but Love, nice alert from 2617. CVM, great alert from 1317. And on the high side, RMBS, not bad. It's still hanging in there at just about 20 cents over the alert. And XRF, again, the power, this is probably the most powerful technical indicator out there, the 200-day moving average. Simple moving average. You see this time and again where a stock gets so close and just stalls. It's only a number, when you think about it, but it's a big number. So you can see exactly what happened. It did try to pop up just a little bit above it. You got to what, 306? And then that's it. So not shortable for me. XRF is not shortable for me. Sanderson, no, sorry, I keep saying Sanderson. Sprouts Farms, another earnings play. Look at a lot of earnings plays look just like this, straight up at the beginning anyway, just straight up. There goes RMBS, guys. RMBS doesn't have a ton of room, but it's still. Well, if I just done the watch list today and that's it, I'd be back in bed. So another one on the way down here. Disca, this is an earnings play. And guys, we're in earnings season, full force. With a lot of stocks. This is why we see a lot of moves, big moves all day long from lots of different stocks. Rhombus is not quite an earnings play, but it was May 4th, so it was after hours not yesterday, the day before. So it is sort of a. Then there was the reaction to it yesterday, and it's a continuation of an earnings play. We'll say that a lot, Stocks that have, especially stocks that break out. Man, oh man. So the minor pullback for, well, actually, it was a pretty big pullback for it's hard on this scale. It doesn't look as bad as it was, but it got all the way back down to 13 for MGNX. SPY negative. I see the Dow is just a little negative. Yeah, I see a down move now for the SPY. So Pinterest has been interesting. I mean, it has a it's an earnings play. You can see the reaction after hours yesterday. That's that mauve area. So a gap down, and a gap down, and here's the pre-market. A little bit higher than the low in the after hours yesterday, but it is trying to come back. Pinterest trying to come back. So it's over the whole number. Disney, let's take a look at Disney. What is Disney doing? And the answer, I guess you're UGG Disney because you're trying to short it. Too bad. Sorry, I mean to laugh. And how is Peloton doing? PTON. Coming back? Ooh, it's not actually. Interesting. Had earnings. The initial reaction was pretty darn good, almost getting up to an all-time high for Peloton, PTON. FLIR, or FLIR. Earnings play, another earnings play. Lots of room still. A lot of room for this one, Fleur. Chris Red, I see your post. When I get a chance to do what? Okay, look at GM now. Earnings play. Big reaction to earnings. Look at see, as opposed to the other ones that just kept going up and up and up. So there's GM now starting to sink. It's almost even a red bar ignored for MGNX. Not quite because of the bottoming tail, but I like the bottoming tail on that. And there would have been the trigger 1414. Red bar ignored. You have a stock on an upward trend, then a pause with that red bar that is almost totally engulfed by the previous green candle, and then the trend continues. And the theory being that if that next candle is green, and of course that has to go above the high of the previous candle for it to be green, and then that'll be 1414. So that would have been a trigger. They don't all work like that, of course, but this really worked. How do you use it? Well, I'll show you how I use it. You may want to use it in a different way, but I'll show you how I use it. So the question was how to use the similar in the single window. So you do have the tab, right? Okay, so if you click on the tab, what I do, I duplicate the window twice. You don't have to do this, okay? I'm just showing you what I do, of course. So I duplicate the window twice and I put them here. Duplicate, just right click on the window and duplicate, okay? And I put them both right here. And why do I do that? You notice there's not very many options in the similar window. We've only got price and change from the close, relative volume, and the volume, and then the company name. That's it, okay? So what I do is I sort on the change from the close. So I double click so that I'm going to see the ones that are up the most right at a glance. And I do the same thing down here. I double click again, but so I can see the ones that are down the most at a glance. And so this is showing me, so for instance, in this doll and stuffed toy, this is really drilling down into a sector. Yeah, sometimes there were probably not very many. Yeah, there were probably not very many in this sector, so it's getting lumped into miscellaneous manufacturing. But the bottom line is this: is that it's going to show you in a given sector what the top and worst performers are very quickly. Okay, if you do this, you don't have to do that. Now, what I do is I take it a step further. And I don't care about this sector so much, but who knows? Maybe this is the hot sector of the day and you want to follow it all day long. But what I do is this. The pharmas are pharmaceutical preparation. They're hot every single day. They're always, not just on earnings and not just because, the virus, of course, is always in the news, but this is a hot sector usually every single day. Hot in that you always seem to be able to find stocks that are really active. So what I do now that I'm in this pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector, and I put it on competitors. I should have noted that. I put it on competitors. There is price action, which I don't use. Okay, I think we need more filters for it to be more effective. So anyway, I keep it on the competitors tab. So again, this is all the stocks in the same sector. How are they doing against each other? Now I pop it out. I take this sector, I take that window and I right click and I pop it out. Now, this is a top list. Now I can do anything I want with this top list. I can add filters, I can add a price range that I want. This is maybe a minimum volume, but I can, treat it like any other top list window. And that's what I do. I create this out of this. Now, this is what I like. You don't have to like the same thing, but here's my price range, my current volume. So I want it to be trading at least twice as much as normal, and then a minimum share count. This share count will that's so I can see stocks right at the beginning of the day. Typically in this window, it'll be way more than 100,000 shares. But then the other thing I do is I do add as a column. I add the position in range column. And that's position in the day's range. And so then I sort on that column. So now and why I do that, I like to see stocks near the high and low of the range of the day. So if I look at MGNX, you notice that it's not, you see there's some white right there. If MGNX was right at the high of the day, there'd be no white. It'd be that green bar, it would be right over there. But you can see right there, the high for MGNX is 1572 and it's at 1472. Hence some weight there. At the bottom end of there's a lot of stocks. Kura, K-U-R-A, and then Kura is starting to, I'm hearing it right now. And you can see it's right at the low of the day's range. Not counting the pre-market, okay? There's the pre-market. Okay, so that's how I use it. So of course you can take any sector and pop it out. You want to follow airlines all day long? You want to follow drillers all day long, some energy sectors all day long. You can do that. I'm just kind of showing you how I use it. Okay, so did that answer your question, Chris? What I'm finding is that since I started having this top list window open, it's very interesting to watch this in the last 3 hours of the day too. One of the reasons is that a lot of these, well, a lot of stocks, not just these ones, but there's just a lot of activity in the farmer preparation. What'll happen is, they may have a gap up and then they may pull back a little bit and then they may just rest for a long time and then get going again, in the last couple hours of the day. And so I kind of watch this to see what stocks are near the high. And I don't just take them just because they're at a high, don't get me wrong. But, you can see, especially when we've seen situations where maybe a stock has ripped higher. Let's just say, for argument's sake, let's take a look at MGNX. Okay, let's just say right now, MGNX has really nothing for several hours. Okay, bases, and just sort of sits there. Probably not going to, because it's super active. It's an earnings play and all that. But let's just pretend that on that 5-minute chart or on the 15-minute chart, it just kind of sat there for a long time. And all of a sudden, we get some volume coming in again, and it takes out the high. That could mean that people are getting really excited about it again, and traders are piling in. And that's kind of, a lot of times I see, not for every stock, of course, but a lot of stocks will have that kind of a pattern in the last couple of hours. Yeah, so you can. It's a good question. This is actually a good general question too. You can take a top list and convert it into an alert window. All right, I'll show you how you can do that. Not just any top list. You can convert it into an alert window fairly easily. Okay, so you're watching me. I'll show you what to do or how you can do it. Look at Lightbridge LTBR. This looks like it's going to try to take out 7. The red bar ignored almost. Okay, so what you do here, here are the steps. You right click on the top list window, collaborate, and copy. Now basically what you've done is you've copied this top list window, you've copied the filters, you've copied, okay? That's in essence what you have done. So again, right click on the window, collaborate, and copy. Okay, you've copied it. Now, from the toolbar, click on New, Alert Window. Okay, so here's your alert window. Now, start from scratch. Load the settings. Okay, and then say OK. Now you're going to get this message saying, hey, you've selected no alerts. Do you want to return to the config window? Just say no. Okay, so now you've got an alert window. Okay, and you're going to see a lot of stuff coming in. Never mind what's coming in. Now, right click, collaborate, and paste. Boom. Okay, see now it's named pharmaceutical preparation, and it'll have that watch list attached to it. Now what you have to do though is now you have to create a trigger. So forget this heartbeat. Don't even ask me what it is. It's irrelevant. But now if you want to see stocks making new highs and new lows, just click on that. Okay, now there you go. So now you've got it. Now you've turned it into an alert window. So there's Kura. Well, it did. What time was that? Should add the time column. I don't know. Well, that's right. There's no time column here, so that's why. So I would add a time column as an example on that one. So you can see when the alert happened. Okay, so this is the last alert that would have come through at 10:13, Kura at 1369. See, it's popped now. It's up to 1388, but at that time, that made a new low. Okay, did that kind of all make sense? And so how you can take an alert window, or sorry, excuse me, a topless window and turn it into an alert window. And there's CDMO making a new high right there. I mean, it's not a bad way to also monitor it. This is almost doing the same thing because it's showing me stocks, right near the high of the day. But remember, the topless window does update every 30 seconds. So that's why CDMO, assuming it stays right at the high, when this updates, what time is it now? You should almost see there. You see how that happened? You see, so the topless window updates every 30 seconds. See how now it moved right over CDMO? There's no white now because it's right at the high of the day, which makes sense because it made a new high. LTBR is going to drive me crazy. You can see right now. So it is over $7. I'm just checking my watch list here. So LC 621. So this hit got down to 6 so far, both on the long side. XRF. So again, guys, the power of the 200-day moving average, XRF. So, I mean, that was okay. The alert was at 276. It got up to 305, but you had to be so aware where the 200-day moving average was. You want me to share that, the alert window, the Dreamer? Okay, sure. Make sure it's not pinned. All right, guys, I'm hoping my plumber calls me. I hope he's not COVID. I hope we have a plumber coming. Okay, so oh yeah, don't worry, PJ. Thanks for the first step is getting the plumber here. So Hussein, you have to a little bit of work on your own, okay? It's here. If you click on the scans tab, okay? Click on the scans tab. And this is why I put everything in here. I'm not trying to, I always say this, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but people ask me for scans all day long. And so I used to post them all day long. Just, link in, Real actually said, why don't you just create a big scan list? Which, I've been doing this for probably a couple of years now. But so they're all here. And it's just a matter, you just have to find it. I mean, I know it's here. Pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. Okay, there are the links. Just have to click on the scans tab. Or if you want, you can click on this the Room Drive icon. And scans that I share, and click on download, and then it'll go to a Word document. And then you can take a look at all the scans, including those two, at your leisure, okay? Did I give you the, I can't remember, did I post the link for that pharmaceutical? The 200 is, I would say that 99.999% of people, it's the SMA, okay? I'm not saying nobody uses the 200 EMA. I don't know anybody who does, but it is the 200 SMA that is, I would say that virtually everybody follows. Even somebody like me who doesn't have a lot of indicators. Pins can still look at pins, guys. So this is an interesting break here. Pins. Time is it? 10:21. So how's Rambus doing? Yeah, so great alerts so far. RMBS, XRF worked quickly. LC probably going to stall right at 6, but look at this. I mean, this is an earnings play. Lending Club is an earnings play, and it's an all-time low. I think it's an all-time low. Pins continues its resurgence here. Sure. So if you don't have, do you have the single stock window up, David? Number one, do you have? Okay. So if you don't have the similar tab, that means you don't have the right version of Trade Ideas. You must have been an early version. So I should have mentioned that before. In order to have the similar tab, make sure, let me just click on subscriptions. And you see where it says download TI Pro or Beta? So I click on that link. So that's from the subscriptions tab. So you have to download the latest version right there, okay? Once you do that, you'll have the similar tab. It's nothing you have to add. It'll just appear automatically. All right. Pins continues its recovery here. So guys, this is a very, very simple window, but it's pretty powerful all day long to follow something like this. It's just a very, very simple window, and I even named it rather simply, basic new highs and lows. These are stocks making new highs and lows over the course of the day. And with filters, I have a price range and I have a minimum volume and a current volume. Current volume meaning a relative volume, meaning it has to be trading somewhat abnormally in terms of volume. But it's a pretty powerful one window just to watch all day long. Boy, ADVM, what a great second day move off not earnings, great news. I think it's early gene therapy data. I think it was only phase 1 also. It wasn't even phase 3. Just one moment, please. Yeah, Chris, unfortunately, no. This is look at ADVM. This is special for me. This was given to me. The question was, can I? I don't think so much the font size. I don't think I have control over that, but definitely control over how dark this is. And unfortunately, you can't. They gave me this so that, hopefully it would be. So you're talking about on your charts, not so much looking at my screen. Font size, though, I don't know if the font size increases the font size in the chart. But if you're talking, are you talking about overall for your symbols that are showing up in alert windows, etc.? That I can help you with in terms of font size. Is that what you mean too? Okay, well that I definitely can help you with, okay? So if you click on Tools and Options, so from the toolbar, Tools, Options, and in the General tab, you see down here, hopefully you can see this, it says there's a font section, and so you can pick the font you want, you can pick the font you want, and then here on the side here, there's the size. So you can, get it as big as you want, all the way up to 96. I'm sure you want to do that, but I'm on 10. And you can bold it if you want also. And that will affect everything. You cannot pick and choose what windows you want. That will be an overall font change, okay? And then you just save it and that's it. Okay? Excellent. I'm glad that helped. All right, guys, give me a couple of minutes. I will be right back. I forgot to feed my cat. And I'll come back, and at 10:30, I'm going to go over a lot of links, and I'm going to go over the AI. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus, okay? So just give me a couple of minutes. Okay, I am back. Look at that Lightbridge LTBR. Yeah, hopefully somebody can answer that question for you, CK Witt. I am Canadian, so I don't have that problem. So somebody else might answer that question. Okay, Hector, if you need a one-on-one class, I think I can give you a link for that, okay? Just give me a second, please. Let me see if I can find a link for you, okay? Okay, here is a link for you, Hector. Okay, training or education. I click on that link, and I'm pretty sure One of the links, if you scroll a little bit, one of the things you'll see is the one-on-one training that you can sign up for, okay? This was one from yesterday, TGTX. Had great news yesterday, kind of got lost a little bit in the shuffle because it's not a virus play. You know, it had a great day, don't get me wrong, but it also had a pullback and then it did close high. Understand though, Hector, you're asking a lot of what I call trading questions, okay? You know, how to trade this, how to do this. You know, we can show you setups. Like I'm showing, you know, how would you want to find basic new highs. How you're going to trade it when you get an alert is a little bit different, all right? So I just want to sort of manage your expectations if you have a one-on-one. All right, guys, it is now 10:32. So welcome, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm live on the mic and I share my screen. And before I get rolling and talking about all the AI and Brokerage Plus and some of the other links, I will put the test drive link in again for people. So we're going to have a record test drive sign up this time also. So just to explain a little bit about what the test drive is, if you click on that link, the test drive link, you'll be brought to the test drive, right to this page here. So the test drive will start on Monday, all right, from May 11th to May 22nd. That is 10 trading days. You'll have access to our full premium service for those 10 trading days. It'll cost you $8.99. Now, you'll actually have access to the program about a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday. So you can play around with the program for the rest of Friday and, of course, the weekend, kind of get a little bit set up. And then, of course, the test drive starts. You'll start getting live data Monday morning. We start getting our data at 7 in the morning, Eastern Time. And this is also open for those of you who are standard subscribers. If you want to upgrade for those 10 trading days to our premium service, it'll cost the $8.99, but you can. It's also open to you. Two questions we get for the test drive. What happens when it's over? Do we put you into a subscription? The answer is no. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from it. Of course, if you want to, we're going to have a pretty good promo code for you if you do want to sign up for a subscription. And if you're a standard subscriber and you took part in it, you'll go back to being a standard subscriber, unless, of course, you do want to take advantage of the promo and keep your premium subscription. Okay, so we don't have free trials. This is, again, closest thing we do to a free trial. We do this 4 times a year. So if you're at all interested in trade ideas, this is a great time to try us. And, you know, I should also say this. I'll manage the expectations here again. 10 days of trade ideas is not going to make you an expert. You know, I mean, I don't even know what an expert is. But it's not going to make you an expert. But the thing we really pride ourselves on is the support that we give. We have this room. This is a free room like this all the time. So I'm always available for questions. We also have training and training from 12 to 1 every day in our YouTube stream. We have webinars, 4 of them a week. They're all free. So all this is free. So we really try to support the product as best we can. It's not a matter of just, you know, sign up and then, you know, you guys figure out how to do it. There's no market replay, okay? But now let me talk about simulation mode, okay? Normally I talk about the AI. Well, let me talk about the AI first. Actually, before I do that, let me get my routine going here. Okay, so if you click, I'm going to click on the links tab, and just talk about some of the links before I get into the AI, and then simulation trading. Okay, big proponent, or big module that we have. Great for people who are brand new to trading. So if you click on the links, I wonder if they're all here. Yes, they are. Okay. So if you scroll, I'm going to talk again about the AI and Brokerage Plus, but this is the live support. So if you want to go to YouTube, you want to follow me on YouTube, don't do both, okay? The YouTube feed, the stream, it's good. You can hear me and you can see my screen. There's just not as much interactive among traders, okay? You're in the trading room, so don't be in both. Look at RMBS, nice alert so far from right there. Don't be in both because you'll have you'll get an echo. There's no point in being in both. This is the training or education. Okay, so all the webinars. Click on that link. A lot of good links. A lot of good information in that link right there for webinars and other educational support services that we offer. You should have, the question I get a lot now is, I don't have that similar tab. You've got a similar tab. Why don't I? You have to have the latest beta. Sorry, it's not a beta anymore. It is the latest production version. So when you click on that, you'll be brought to the download page. So there it is. If you don't know what you've got, this is the latest production. Oh, it's actually been upgraded. I remember Julio telling me. So it's 4.2.15. If you don't know what you have, if you click on Help and About, it'll show you the version you got. So the latest version is 4.2.15. Look at CGTX go, guys. So that's I don't know if I'll do a video today. Depends if I'm not going to take any trades, but typically I do a daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Trade of the week this week was eBay. Let's see how it's doing. I think I know it's over the trigger price. Yeah, it's just kind of hanging around. The trades of the week are meant to be longer term holds. You'll get the email and you'll see it kind of all mapped out. The basis behind it, where a stop would be, potential target and all that, but they are meant for longer term holds. I've already gone over the test drive. If you click on the subscriptions tab, so the one thing that didn't come through are the ebooks, but I can put that in later. But I do have a Twitter account at @bbruin44, stocks only. And if you do want to take out a subscription right now to Trade Ideas, you can click, there's the link right there. There is a promo code, Barry4Alpha. All the forward numeric, of course, everything else in caps. Instant 15% savings off the first month only, or the entire year. And this is how much Trade Ideas costs. All right, so we have a premium and a standard yearly plan. So the premium is $22.68 a year, $2,268 a year, minus the 15% promo. Or the standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 25. Did I say 25%? 15% promo. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, Holly, and also if you did want to auto trade anything, you would need our premium service. So in order to see the AI alerts, you need our premium service. And if you wanted to auto trade anything, maybe an alert window that you create, you would have to have our premium service. And of course, you don't have to start off with a yearly plan. You can always try us out for a month, standard monthly, 118 less the 15%, or the premium monthly, 228 less the 15%. Again, that discount's only good for the first month. If you wanted to, though, upgrade within, and you did it within 30 days, upgrade, say, from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you did it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code. Okay, so that's the pricing. Now let's talk about the AI. First of all, I want to see if I caught up to all the questions. Scratchy pictures. I thought we were past all that. Okay, the developer of the room suggests Chrome as your browser, but some people have found Firefox is better. So I don't know what browser you're using, win-win. And the other thing is to make sure your browser is up to date. You have the latest version. So I don't know what browser you are using. The other thing you can try to do before you do that is do a refresh. Okay? Before you do anything is do a refresh. The refresh icon is right beside the gear. So try that first. If that doesn't help, then if you're using Chrome and you are up to date, your browser is up to date, then try Firefox. I know a couple of people said Firefox worked better for them in doing that. So you can try that, all right? Just make sure that whatever browser you're using, make sure it's up to date. All right, I want to go over what the AI is all about. So we have what we call 50 base align strategies. So the AI waits for the market to close. So it'll wait for the market to close day after 4 o'clock. So it has access to the latest market data. And then takes a look at all 50 strategies that we have, AI strategies. This is not one of them, but if it were, takes a look at all the filters that are in place. The AI strategies have way more filters in place, and it starts making adjustments maybe to the filter values. You know, I've got between 1 and 30, maybe makes a change. Let's make it 5 and 30, see what happens. Runs the back tester, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. Basically goes through what we call an optimization procedure for all of those strategies. Tomorrow, once that's all done, tomorrow we will be presented with the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut typically, meaning a strategy has to have a win percentage of at least 60% and a profit factor of at least 2. And then if you have the AI, but if you don't have the AI, but if you do, let's first talk about if you do have the AI, what I would do is load it, go to Tools, from your toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, so this one, click on this one, not the top one, but the one that says trades in it. All right, if you do that, then you'll be presented with the trades as they happen all day long. As I've said many times, I don't care what strategies made the cut. I just care about what alerts come from those strategies. And you are then presented with of course, the entry price is live, the stop price, everything is sort of mapped out for you, and you kind of trade it as you see fit. Okay? If you don't have that, when you load it and it says Grail, then you can right-click segments and click on all. However, I would download the latest version of Trade Ideas because now the default is defaulting to all of them. Okay? People ask what are the differences between the various segments, the AI segments. I wouldn't worry about it too much, to be honest. I mean, Neo you get progressively a little more aggressive. Grail was the first one, 2.0 was the next one, and then Neo was the last one. Perhaps getting a little more aggressive as you go forward. But to be honest, I wouldn't really pay that much attention to the differences. Okay, so when you say connect to a broker site, and I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus right now, but so when you say connect to a broker site, so we have in our toolbar, click on Tools and External Linking. All right, so we connect to many brokers. Now you notice I'm connected to Interactive Brokers. All right, now connection in the general sense means this, and yes, we do connect to TD Ameritrade. Connection in the general sense means this. When I click on an alert, say I click on RMBS, it will then load into your order entry. Saxo Markets, I have no idea. I don't know that one. A lot of it can be just trial and error. If you have our program, I don't know Saxo. Is that a European? We connect to many, Denmark, okay, yeah. We connect to many programs, okay? We can't know every program that's out there if we connect to it. But again, let me just explain what I mean. So again, this is external linking tool. And then you click on add a link and then just follow the instructions. You know, it says while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window. Typically meaning your order entry box. Okay, and you put your mouse there and then press down on the shift key. That typically will then link you. Now, you may have to do a little more experimentation depending on the program. Maybe your linking will take place in a chart, okay? I can't tell you. You know, a lot of times it's just sort of trial and error. Sometimes you'll have to use an alternate method. You know, sometimes the beginning is cut off of the symbol. You just have to, most of the time you don't have to, but, you know, again, sometimes it's trial and error. But once you are connected, what that means is, again, when you click on an alert, it'll just automatically load into your order entry. So you're not having to type in all day long as you click on alerts all day long, okay? So that's what our linking tool does in the very general sense. Now, we do have a special linking relationship, shall we say, with Interactive Brokers. And this is how you can use, this is what we call, the screen you're seeing right there is called Brokerage Plus. And everything I'm saying, until I say you need premium, is part of our standard service. So, to load Brokerage Plus, you click on New from the toolbar, New, and there's Brokerage Plus. You click on it, and this Brokerage Plus window will pop up. Now, I don't know what columns you'll have, but here are all the columns. If you right-click on any one of those columns and click on Columns, you'll see all the columns that are available. Okay, you pick and choose which columns you want. These tabs you see here, these are from the Brokerage Plus window. Click on New, and here are the tabs you can have. Two ways to use Brokerage Plus. You notice I've got when I connect, I can, and this is I think was an earlier question. So these are obviously from yesterday that I didn't close out, but you can connect to simulated trading, paper trading, or if you do have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect to your Interactive Brokers account and trade your account, live like real money. Okay, what I demonstrate all day long, is a simulator in action. Oops. I'm going to get rid of them. Okay, so this is basically the simplest way to use this is that you would click on an alert, and the symbol will show up, and you pick how many shares you want to trade, and this is all real time. Okay, doesn't matter what broker you have, this is using our real time data. So you pick how many shares you want to trade, you pick the price you want to get in at, and if you're shorting, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. Okay, that is the most manual way to use Brokerage Plus. Nothing wrong with that. Great way to practice, practice trading. Meanwhile, our MBS, this has been just a great alert right there. 1505, 1560 right now. You have to ask Jacques. I don't have it. So if you want, you'll have to. I'm just going to give you the link. Okay, click on that link and ask for it. I don't have his layout, all right? So again, that's the easiest way to use it. Now these are hotkeys, so if you got into a trade, if you took a trade, let's just take SFM, take 100 shares. The market's fine because I was looking at the bid ask, it's only a penny. Okay, so I just took the trade, took 100 shares. See, how easy it was. I mean, there the symbol, the symbol showed up. I could have picked how many shares I wanted. I just wanted to demonstrate how easy it is though. That's real time. And now it's going to tell you how you're doing. There was the entry, 24.23. Here's the last price. Now I haven't put a stop in. We always encourage you to put a stop in, but I just wanted to show you how easy it is to use the simulator. And then you can track, how you're doing. If this were really starting to work and you wanted to get out of half your trade, You could get it at half. If it was really working, you wanted to double for whatever reason, you could double it, or you want to get out of the trade, you flatten it. Okay, so these are hotkeys that we have for you. Okay, so you understand why do you want the YouTube link, Pascal? Like, you don't want to be in both rooms. You know that, right? Just want to make sure you understand that. Okay. Too long. Interesting. I mean, you're in. You mean it takes too long to log in? Okay. All right. I think the link is here. Let me just give me a second, please. Okay, here you go. All right, so I'm just demonstrating the easiest way to use this, all right, as a, simple. Now, here's another way in which I encourage you, you can, again, try this. I mean, if you're simulated trading, paper trading, using this, you can try this. They're fairly easy to set up once you get, once you do a couple of them, they're fairly easy to set up. And it's what we call one-click trading. I'm just going to just want to put myself on mute for a second here. I just want to phone our plumber, okay? For those of you who don't know what's happened, we had a bit of a disaster last night in flooding our floors, so I'm waiting for our plumber. So just let me put myself on mute. I just want to phone our plumber. Okay, guys, unfortunately not there. So, where was I? So, one-click trading. So you can set up what we call one-click trading, all right? So if you right-click, so let's just say, I wanted to, let me get out of this one to show you how easy it is to get out. Flatten my position, I'm out. Okay, it just took me out of the position. Okay, now I can also set up what's called one-click trading. So let's say I look at Rambus. I look at Rambus and I want to trade it now. All right. I look at the chart. I like what I see. So I go back and I right click on it and I hover over trade and this box will pop up. Now these are buying and shorting parameters that I have set up for me. Okay. And when I say one click trading, I would just click on one of these and it would automatically trade it. So how to do that? So you have to have the strategies tab open, okay? You have to have the strategies tab open. And if you don't, I don't know, I have it open twice. Let me just get rid of that one. So from new, from the Brokerage Plus window, click on new and then strategies tab. So here's the strategies tab and you notice, see these shorting and selling ones? This is why we see these here. Okay, buy and short. Okay, so how to set this up? So you can create your own, of course. If you right click in the window and you click new trading strategy and you give it a name. And is it a long? Is it a short? And then all these tabs have a lot of information you can fill in. All right, I'm going to show you what I do in one of them that I've assigned to the buy button on my chart. Okay, and I'll get into that, but let me just show you what I've done. So I created a strategy called Chart Long $100 Risk. And let's see what I did. So entry time, I don't have an entry time. All right, but you could always, especially if you're going to auto trade, you could always set it up. For instance, if I were auto trading, which would have been awesome today, auto trading my watch list up and down, you see how you don't get any alerts until 9:45 at least. And so you just put your slider there. Don't take any trades until 9:45 as an example, okay? This is good if you're auto trading. If you're not, it doesn't really matter. Order details and risk management work hand in hand, okay? So this is probably the most important thing I'm going to talk about in Brokerage Plus. So I want to try to get people understanding that when you get into a trade, you should have a stop, okay? Not every trade is going to work for you. And so you have to have an out. When am I going to get out of this trade? It's not working. When am I going to get out of this trade? So start thinking about position sizing based on a stop loss. And so what I've done here is I've said, okay, if the trade works against me, I don't want to lose more than $100. That's what that risk value of 100 in there, that's what that means, okay? Now that value, of course, should have some correlation to your account size. You are not going to risk $1,000 if you have $5,000 in your account. You're not going to risk $1,000 a trade, okay? So it has to have some correlation to your trade size or to your account size. Risk management then, you're going to see how these work hand in hand. Risk management, remember I said based on a stop loss? So here is the stop I'm using. Stop loss, I use a filter. And this is a massive drop-down menu, okay? This is a special stop that is now available to everybody, the VWAP stop. It's a proprietary stop. Takes into account a lot of, obviously the VWAP and from yesterday and today, highs and lows, and it basically creates what we call a VWAP stop. You can see it's right there. It'll change rapidly, but at the time of when you take the trade, it'll be using it whatever the VWAP stop is at the time when you took the trade. Okay. I put an offset here, well, a target, and in the offset, you'll notice it says 50 cents. So what that means is, if the trade starts working, let's say I take a trade at $1, if I allowed it to just automatically run, it would take me out of the trade at $1.50, 50 cents above. Excuse me, okay? I typically don't use targets, but I put this in here just so that you can see how it works. And a hold time, I don't have a hold time. You can use this for swing trading, so you can take the trade and then you can tell it where you want to get out. Okay, this is a slider. You can either get out at the open or the close. So let me show you how I use the buy button on the charts. So you have a buy button on the charts. If you don't have the buy button on the charts, please download the latest version of Trade Ideas. So what you do is, to use the buy button right on the chart, is you take one of your long strategies, okay, and you assign it, you right click, and you check default chart long strategy. So what you've done is I've said, okay, this is the long strategy that when I trade using the buy button on the chart, I want it to follow these trading strategy rules. All right? So let's see how that works. Let's take a look at TGTX. So let's say I wanted to trade TGTX right now using the buy button. Make sure I'm connected. Okay, so I click on the buy button and I drop it right to the price. Hopefully I'm going to drop it right on the price. Okay, so there, just took the trade. Okay, just took the trade. It took 120 shares. Why did it do that? If I multiply 120 times the difference between the entry and the stop, I will get approximately $100. And you can see right there that if I allowed it to take myself out at 1781, I don't without doing anything, I would lose $104. Okay, so it's going to be approximately 100. If I allowed it to go up to that target, it would take me out automatically, and I'd make 55. Okay. Obviously not a good 2-to-1, but this was just for demonstration purposes. So now, at this point, I can also though, maybe I say, you know what, that stop, that's too far away. I should raise that stop to the bottom of that candle. Okay, right there. Makes a little more sense to me, okay? And so now, if I allow myself to be taken out of the trade, I'll only lose $71 if it actually goes to that level. The other way you can start using this is like a trailing stop. So let's say the trade really starts working well. I can just start moving this up, okay? And put it on areas in the chart that make sense, where I think there's some support. So if it broke down below that support level, I should get out of the trade. Okay, so that's how easy that is done. Now the other thing is, let's say 1914, so it's at 1869. Let's say it starts approaching 1914, but it's still a decent pattern and all. I could always, of course, raise this up. It's not doing it. There we go. Okay, I could always raise that target up. So very, very easy right in the chart to do all that. Give me a second here. I lost you guys. The heck are you? Oh, there you are. I lost you guys for a second. Okay, I'm just wanting to make sure I've caught up on all the questions. I don't see any questions, but if I've missed a question, just repost it if you don't mind in the off topic, perhaps. Okay. So everything I just said is part of your standard service. All right. Obviously, the manual way to trade, the idea of setting up one-click trading, the idea of being able to trade using the buy or the short button right on the chart, all of that is part of the standard service. Here is when you would need our premium. I think that's our plumber. Okay, just a moment, please. I hope it's our plumber. Just a minute. All right, it was a false alarm. Okay, so where was I? So everything I've said is part of the standard service, but here is where you need premium if you want to auto trade anything. Okay, let's just say you wanted to auto trade my alert windows or an alert window that you create. All right, and you wanted to auto trade it. Auto trading would look like this. You would basically just turn the strategies on. So notice this is just a toggle on and off. Strategy disabled. Now I've turned it on, okay? Turn it off. What that means is that, okay, I think just a second, please, okay? All right, guys. The cavalry will be here soon. So that was my plumber. Okay, where am I here? So what I was saying is that for our premium service, if you wanted to auto trade anything, you need our premium service. Okay, you need our premium service. If you want to see the AI, the alerts that come in all day long, okay, you need our premium service. And you would also, if you wanted to, we don't recommend it, but I mean, people are maybe wanting to do it. Auto trading the AI itself, okay? If you wanted to auto trade the AI itself, you have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus whatever appropriate filters there are, okay? Filters, sorry guys. 2 hours of sleep. Whatever promos there are, right now, say 15%, okay? And it's a one-time fee. What I mean by that is that if you decide that you want to unsubscribe from Trade Ideas for whatever reason, take a break from trading, and then you come back, Brokerage Plus is still waiting for you, okay? So let me try to sum this up because I know people get a little bit confused. If you don't care about auto trading at all, our standard service is fine for you, okay? You have Brokerage Plus. You have the ability to one-click trade. You have the ability to use the buy and short buttons on the chart, okay? If you want to auto trade, say an alert window that you create, boy, what a day this has been. I mean, to me, it seems like the market's been up a lot, but it's not. But I'm just seeing so many great moves. Anyway, if you wanted to, say, create your own alert window, your own strategy, and you wanted to auto trade, then you would need our premium service. Okay, you need the premium service. And then, again, if you wanted to auto trade the AI, of course, you need the premium service, but you also have to buy Brokerage Plus, the one-time fee. So is that crystal clear for everybody? If it isn't, just let me know. No, you don't need the AI. The AI is something that automatically will, alert you to what the alerts that you get from the strategies that made the cut. Okay, that's what the AI is all about. So, but if you just want to, you wanted to trade the symbols you see in my window or an alert window that you create, you just need the standard service. You don't need the AI. Okay, you just need the standard service. Look at that RVP. It's been pretty whippy. I know somebody was trying to short RVP. Look at the volume that's coming into this RVP. I mean, it had a tremendous day 2 days ago. So have I missed any questions? Oh, how do I save settings on Holly AI? So where are you talking about? Are you talking here? Are you talking about the columns here? I'm talking to Don. Are you talking about the columns here? The AI? Oh, okay. You must not be saving your work then. Okay. When you exit, because, yeah, I mean, these are the columns that I've got, but I know you're obviously aware. Here are all the columns you can add. You may not be saving your work. Or are you loading it from the channel? Are you loading it from the channel bar? Omni AI as an example. Is that where you're loading the AI? Ah, okay. Don't do that. All right. That's the reason. All the channels in here, okay, they are developed. They are in the cloud. All right. So what you want, like if you make a change, that would, in theory, if we allowed you to make a change and save it, that would change it for everybody. Okay, so that's why in the channel, yeah, you can take a look at a channel, make and take a look at a window and make a change. And what I would do is then save it to the cloud. Okay, and then you can bring it back, because if we can't allow you to make a change and that save that change. Then when you come back to it, it's there, because then you're changing it for everybody. So anyway, long-winded of my way of telling you, this is what I would do instead. And you're using the app, right? Tell me you're using the app. You're not the web-based version. Okay. So from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategies Trades window. Okay, click on that. When you do, this window will show up. Now, if it doesn't say Strategy Trades All, that means that you're not on the latest version of Trade Ideas. Okay, it might say Grail. Please download the latest version of Trade Ideas, then you don't have to do that all the time. It'll say all. Then what you do is, now you can make your changes to the columns, okay? You can actually incorporate this window as part of your layout. So every morning, this is just part of your layout. So all those changes that you made, the columns, etc., they'll all be there. So when you exit Trade Ideas, make sure you save your layout. And then when you re-enter, load Trade Ideas again, all the columns will be exactly as you want them to be. Okay? You are more than welcome. All right, guys. Let me take a look at some of the other earnings plays that I'm seeing. This is an Iova is an earnings play, and it is doing pretty well. A bit of a rocky start. Looked like it was actually down for the day, but it is recovered. Iova. All these earnings plays, by the way, you can access. You see, I have an earnings play up and down. I have earnings plays up and down. There's CTSO. There's at the low of the day. Okay, so even though it's up for the day, here's how it is down. It's at the bottom of the day's range. Okay, so even though it's up for the day, it's right at the bottom of the day's range. And if you want those two windows, again, everything, I'm sharing many scans. So if you click on the scans tab, those two earnings plays, you just have to scroll a little bit. There they are, earnings down. Probably the one right on top is earnings up, earnings down. Or you can click on the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half open folder, scans that I share, download. And we're smack dab in earnings season now. Probably have another 1,000 next week, maybe 1,500. Look at cars. So this was a good one from the AI so far this morning. The other ones have not. I use it as a watch list. I don't because something didn't work at the beginning, it could come back to the target price. But so far, cars is working quite well. Let's see, Selb. I really liked that one yesterday. It's on the watch list, but let's see what it's doing. Yeah, I mean, it's still hanging around. It's hanging around the area that I like. I mean, it's just got to take out 3. A little more oomph. I mean, it's not doing anything yet. May the 7th pre-market. So this is going to be, well, I wouldn't be swinging it, number one, okay? This would only be an intraday trade because it releases earnings before the market opens tomorrow. I never hold anything through earnings. number one, okay? So this would only be an intraday trade, but it looks like it's nothing is really going to happen until they release tomorrow. Absolutely, M. Fox. Absolutely. So one of the things, gap ups and gap down. So are you talking about the initial prints of the day? The like the first like okay. Oh, absolutely. We do that very well actually. So you're not a subscriber yet, but just let me show you. Configure. So whoops. So here are the gap filters that we have. Okay. So gap up, either in dollars, so you can set a dollar amount or a percent. Okay. And on both gap up and down. The way we do it, we add a filter, and if you want, so you can in one window you can see the gap ups. So you can put whatever value you want, and if you want it gap down, we just use a negative number as an example. Okay, so very easy. So so that's number one. Number two, and yeah, float and vol. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's we have a lot of filters. So for instance, float. There's the short float. There's the actual float. Okay, and many volume filters. You can have average 5-day, 10-day, 3-month. The volume today, volume yesterday. So yes, I mean the answer. Those are pretty standard filters. We have actually a very cool volume filter called relative volume, which basically tracks how a stock is trading up to a point in the day. So for instance, right now it's say 11:20. So you see it says for SELB, it says 1.07 relative volume. Maybe you can't see that. That means it's basically trading what it would normally be trading up to this point of the day. And that's sort of, it's a little more detailed than this, but approximately the average of the last 10 days up to this point of the day. So that's a very cool filter. So to answer your question, yes. Now, if you're not a subscriber, just give me a second here. Oh, you've already signed up. Oh, okay, I was just going to give you the trial. Okay, so you've already signed up. And I do a lot of, I mean, a lot of the things that you see here, and many more, are scans that I share. So, for instance, one of them is the gap up and gap down, and I use this in the pre-market, actually. But there's the gap up and gap down. Okay. So I share a lot of scans. So if you're a new subscriber, you don't have to worry about, well, how would I ever create it? I mean, listen, I may not have a particular scan that you're looking for, but I do share a lot of scans. And then you always have the ability, if you load the scan, and it's, wow, look at cars, guys. This is a tremendous alert from the AI. 11%, 553, 615 now. Just watching this now. Once you load one of my scans, then you have the ability, of course, to change it to your style of trading. I have this one called Basic New Highs and Lows. My price range is 1 in 30. The current volume, so it's got to be trading at least 3 times as normal. This is 300,000 shares minimum. I don't know CMEG. I know you're asking that question. TradeStation should be okay, but I don't know about CMEG. I don't know CMEG. A lot of I went over this a little earlier. A lot of our linking is sort of trial and error. I mean, we know we link with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade and Thinkorswim and things like that. Some of the CMEG I'm not familiar with, but a lot of it is just trial and error because we have this tool called the external linking tool. Yeah, well then if it's basically the same, then you just click on that external So I'll start again from the toolbar, Tools, External Linking, and then see where it says Add a Link. You click on that. You just follow these instructions. Most of the time, it's just a matter of going into the order entry box, and then press the Shift key, and then most of the time that establishes the link. The link is just a big time saver. Okay, the link meaning that when you click on an alert, it just loads into your order entry. No, there are only hotkeys you can use, but no. If you don't have an interactive, if you want to trade, if you do want to trade your own account, at this stage, you need an interactive broker's account to use this platform called Brokerage Plus, which has some hotkeys. Other than that, we don't have hotkeys, okay? You'll have to use your broker's hotkeys. Okay, what time is it? 11:23. So far, again, I'm just looking at my watch list. RMBS, nice alert, and pretty steady too. Not wildly fluctuating. That's what I like about it. XRF, as noted before, you had to be very aware of that 200-day moving average. Okay, and it just stopped almost in its tracks. It got a little bit above it, and that was your time to get out. LC, let's see if it's so LC got down to 6. Tough. Sometimes these whole numbers, they're psychological to get through, so it didn't get through that whole number. But not bad from 621 down to 6, but nothing fantastic. I think this one 2617. So there was these are all short alerts, by the way. 2617 got down to 2024. Oh man, that was a great one. That was a tremendous one. 2617 gets all the way down to 2486. That was a really good one. Resi, I think probably didn't. Oh, even Resi. Man, these have been some good ones today in my watch list. 712 took out underneath 7 now. CVM 1317. It's not bad. So if you're wondering about my watch list, this is something I construct every day, and it's available from New Channel Bar My Windows. Now remember, if you are a subscriber, before you click on anything from the channel bar, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout will disappear, which is okay as long as you've saved it before. But then if all you want to do is follow my watch list, there are probably worse things you could do every day. Really. I'm not saying they're all going to be like this, like some of them have been extremely good right off the bat, but it's named a watch list because sometimes, let's for argument's sake, let's just say that Rambus decided at 1505 at the alert, it dipped underneath 15, got back down to 1480, and then it came back to 1505, and then it started to move. Okay? So, sometimes they don't move exactly from when you get the alert, and that's why it's a watch list, stocks to watch all day long. So why do these stocks make the watch list in the first place? That's really the question you should be asking. Because one of the things people ask, is trade ideas only good for day trading? Well, I've constructed the watch list, and I'm not saying, you should do this, but they are designed for multi-day holds. Why? Why did Love make the watch list? Because when I was doing my work, and I do the work after hours every day to construct the watch list. And so when I saw Love yesterday, and I looked at that weekly, and I looked at that monthly chart. Look at the monthly chart. I mean, yeah, it's an airline, but this to me was one. I mean, I know American Airlines, but American Airlines was, oh my gosh, holy smokes. I didn't realize it had even broken down that far. I mean, American Airlines was coming into maybe a support area, not anymore, but look at Love. I mean, look how far from support in theory it is, $12. I mean, this has a long way it can fall still. So that is why this stock made the watch list, because it had a lot of room on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart. Typically, look at LC. LC is an all-time low. There's nothing holding it up. I'm not saying it's going to keep going down to zero, but I mean, there is nothing holding it up. Resi, another one, all-time low, nothing holding it up. See, I mean, it's at an all-time low. Look at that monthly chart. So that's how the watch list is constructed every day. So I'll have, these are the symbols that were extracted from, the watch list has more symbols in it. These are the ones that made the, satisfied the filter requirements, because for a stock to make it out of the watch list into these two windows here, there are several criteria, but one of them is that the stock has to be above yesterday's high. So obviously Rambus is way above yesterday's high. You can see there's yesterday's high, one of the filter requirements. So what I do once the market closes today is I will take a look at the entire watch list, not just the ones that triggered from it, and I'll look and I'll say, okay, do I think this stock could still be kept in the watch list? Now this one, Rambus, I mean, it's possible it'll make it into the watch list tomorrow. It's getting close to maybe a resistance area, but who knows? Maybe it crack. Maybe if it's just underneath, maybe tomorrow it cracks right through. So there's no harm in having it on the watch list. So I'll go through every one of them and see, okay, do I think there could be a carryover to tomorrow? And then I have several scans that I look at that will allow me to add new stocks to the watch list based on what I'm seeing on the daily, weekly, and monthly charts. And so if you're a new trader, this allows you to focus on very few trades or alerts all day long. Well, unless you want the special NYSE symbols, then don't click on it. Typically people don't want them. That's why I think in most of my exchanges, I think most of them, usually I don't have ARCA. But yeah, don't, I'm sorry. I see what you mean though. Okay. No, I misunderstood what you were talking about. Um, yeah. So there are a lot. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, if you change, I mean, you can click on it, but remember, this is a drop-down menu. Only the following list, exclude the following list, or single symbol. Okay. So typically, you notice right here, I've got only the following lists, and I've checked Mayflowers. That's a list. That's a symbol list that I created, and so that's why, and that's why in this Mayflowers symbol list there are a lot of symbols. These are the ones that have been extracted from it. So when you click on the symbol list and you want to click on NYSE, well, it depends on how. I mean, if you're going to check only the following lists, then it will certainly change. You probably won't get any alerts. I wouldn't worry about it. If you're new, I wouldn't even worry about it. I haven't used that forever, since 2010. Oh, I see. Add existing lists. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, unless you want, I mean, obviously in here, yeah, add existing list, and you can find it, and if you click on it, it'll move over. But now you have to make a determination. You won't only want to follow the list you check, or do you want to exclude the following list? That's typically why a symbol list is over here. You either want to exclude it, or only follow the following lists. Okay. I wouldn't do anything with that. Okay. Especially if you're new, there's no point in unless you see a symbol list you really want to follow. Meanwhile, MGNX is still on the upward trend here. See, remember I was okay. Actually, it was a pretty good pullback, back down to about 13. Now it's still ripping. I mean, you can see that tomorrow. Let's see what sort of resistance is there. So on that monthly chart, it looks like there's pretty decent resistance around 18ish. This I can't believe. Tops the EPS by 21 cents and revenue beat. I mean, that's a big EPS. That's a big EPS beat. But they still lost money. Wow. You remember this month? It seems like years and years and years ago now. This is over a year ago. This is last year when it had some. I think it had some. It looked like a pretty major drug breakthrough, and that stock went all the way up to 32. I remember they did a financing back in this era, but it just is sunk ever since. So it just goes to show, even though it had seemed to have a major drug breakthrough, maybe reality set in, and maybe they couldn't monetize it. Well, I mean, I'm sure it's not in production, of course, but look at Rambus, guys. What a nice alert, Rambus. It's not even an earning. It was an earnings play yesterday. Classic second day continuation on earnings. Thank you, Hector. I don't live in Miami. Unfortunately, I'm on first name basis with our plumber. We've had some work done in the past. All right, guys. Well, I obviously have not taken a trade yet. Is it too advanced for you? Well, okay. A couple things, Kelly. I mean, you can make it as advanced and as complicated as you want, or you can watch my watch list all day long. Okay, and there's very few alerts usually, so it allows you to. I mean, you have to have some chart. So when you say a beginner, are you talking about a completely and utterly beginning trader or new to the software? Okay, you know what? It's a bad habit of mine. I ask two questions and I get a yes, so I don't know what you're asked yes to. Yes, as a new trader, I'm going to wait for an answer. Okay, new trader, so not just new to the software. Yeah, I mean, no, I would say this is that it's not too complicated for a new trader. Um, the complication is that you're a new trader. Okay, if that makes sense. It's um, it's just complicated because I could say, okay, here's an alert for Rambus. I could say things like, well, it's over the whole number. It's breaking out. It doesn't. It has some room. These are all terms that what is he talking about? All right. Well, a whole number. As a whole number like 15, 16, 17. These are psychological breaks for a lot of for most stocks. It's just a number. I get it, but it's just like when you go and buy something, you want to buy it at 10.99. If they said the price was 11.02, for some reason that seems like a $100 jump from 10.99, right? It's all psychological. So same thing with stocks getting through a whole number. It's all psychological. But when a stock does finally break through a whole number, then it can go on a bit of a run. But it doesn't mean take the trade because it's broken through a whole number. You see, I am a momentum trader. Okay, now that not and there's lots of different trading styles in this room. Yes, I'm live every morning. Every morning. Well, every morning, Monday to Friday. Okay, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time. Whoa, Software makes sense with $700. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, obviously, I mean the cheapest we've got is $118 a month, less the 15% for the first month. So I mean, that's cutting into that 700 pretty quickly. 700 is not a lot to trade with. I mean, I don't want to, dissuade you or dismay you. Yes, so the AI alerts show up right here. You have to have this window open. There's the entry time and there's a stop. So there was the, cars that showed up at 10:40, 5:53. And I mean, it's a very good alert. It got all the way up to 6:28 before it started to pull back. A word about the AI. I mean, it is starting to pull back now. Now, if I were in this trade at 5:53 or close, and it started doing this, I mean, I'd be trading some out. I maybe not maybe not all of it, but I'd be trading some out. I'm not going to let this thing come all the way back down to where the AI got into it. The AI works on an algorithm, though, of course, and so the algorithm has not kicked in yet for it to take some profit. Doesn't mean you don't have to. I mean, I'd be very wary about not taking profit here if I were in this trade. That's why I'm saying, people want to auto trade the AI. We don't recommend it. We sort of use it, we sort of consider it a bit of a man and machine. The machine will give you the alerts. You can watch them and trade them as you see fit as the man, okay? But the machine will give you the alerts for sure with a stop. Yeah, I don't yeah, I mean, the subscription, this is a free room for everybody, Kelly, not just people with trade ideas. So obviously you're in here, so and I've seen situations with the AI that, you get an alert and it makes a tremendous move and then it starts to give it up and then the algorithm kicks in and maybe it gets you out at 571. I'm just making this up from 553. As a human trader, you should never let something like that happen. I mean, look at the percentage increase, 553 all the way up to 630. And I'm not saying you're going to take everything right. You're going to get everything right at the penny, and you're going to get out right at the top, right at the penny. I'm not saying that, but you cannot let something. Now it's starting to come back. So maybe there might be some wisdom behind this algorithm not getting out, but I'd be getting out some. So that's what I'm saying. As a new trader, you may not know any of this. So it's not that trade ideas is complicated to use. It's just that, trading is not easy. We're not trying to say that, this is not the magic bullet. But one of the things we do is that's why we have this simulator here. So you can practice trading. Again, if you're a doctor, I doubt very much the first day you're in med school that they say, okay, here's somebody live, take their liver out. Okay, all right, or do a liver transplant. You're gonna practice, on cadavers and whatever. So I shouldn't. I'm a little graphic. I'm sorry, but you understand what I'm saying. So before you start trading your own account, this is why we created this simulated trading, paper trading, and it's all based on live data. Well, see, MGNX is one of those that would have been, you would have had an alert. Let's see. Well, here, basic new highs and lows. I had this one starting to trigger what time? Okay, I'm going to duplicate the window. Because there are a lot of alerts that come in here, and I don't see the original ones. As an example, okay, just as an example. Come on. Just want to see where I would have first seen MGNX here in this window. So, I mean, I can see right there at 945, but probably even earlier for MGNX right there. The price was 1255. But my guess is that it would have even been earlier in 942, 1196. Now, you would have had other alerts in here too, not just MGNX. But the first time I saw MGNX in this window, the basic new highs and lows, was I could have done it a faster way, but now I'm stubborn. I want to do it this way. Come on, where are you? There you are. So there's the first alert. So 1174. And the reason why it wouldn't have shown up before, as an example, yeah, okay, so 300,000 shares. So now here's the trade-off, guys, because you might say, well, I wanted to see it earlier. I wanted to see it right here, right at right at 9:30. I wanted to see it. Well, the problem is, yeah, I could have seen it. I could have seen it on that pop. Obviously, it's making a new high, but the volume wasn't 300,000 shares yet. So I have a filter in here that only is going to show me stocks that when they hit at least 300,000 shares. So you might say, well, Barry, why don't you just drop it to 100,000 shares? I could do that. Then I'm going to introduce a ton more stocks that I don't necessarily want to see. Okay? Always, always the trade-off. All right? Yes, we can relax the filters and you can see that stock that you wanted to see, but you may introduce 10 others that you don't want to see that get buried, as the alerts come in. Come in over and over and over again, and they may get buried. So it's always a trade-off, if that makes sense. I don't see any other news, Sam, other than the earnings release for it. I mean, okay, so there I'm wrong. I mean, I would still say I'll stick to my guns on this though. Cars, so it's still not out of the trade at all. See, there's no exit. Excuse me, and that's up 15%. But I still would have taken some off on that little pullback. I would have been worried that it might come all the way back. All right, guys. So in a little bit, I usually take a break and I hand this over to the. You know what I might do though? I might stick around because I'm probably going to have to take a much bigger break. The plumber might be here at 9:30. If not, he's going to be here around 11:30. So, in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, we had a little mini catastrophe last night. Thank goodness we have a dog who started barking at around midnight. And we had a flood downstairs. A pipe broke. So I think I will stick around. I won't take a break. There's nothing to, can't drink anything. Do I like GMAB? I'll get to your question in a second, Kelly. I know GMAB. Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's an all-time high right now. Obviously, you're chasing it right now, right? I mean, this is a complete chase mode. It's an all-time high. So, would I buy it right now? No, because you're in chase mode. But certainly, I mean, if it hangs tough, this could be. I mean, look where it's come. I mean, $16, what, 2.5 months ago to 25 in the face of what's going on. Wow, cars. There's a nice hole there. Okay, so Kelly, not at the same time. No, you can have trade ideas loaded on as many different devices as you want, but you can only have one device loaded at a time. Jen, I'm going to give you a link, okay, that you can watch. And I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube stream. Okay, so that makes sense, Kelly. So no, you because obviously we have to control somebody because somebody. I mean, we have to control how many people can open the product at the same time. Otherwise, we'd lose complete control. I think that's like most software programs. Okay, so let me answer your question, Jan. Let me give you a link for you, okay? And this is going to be good for many of you who are maybe just starting out with trade ideas. I'm going to put this link in. If you're going to be part of the test drive, I would encourage you to go through this. This is you can see all 20. I mean, it was designed 20 lessons in 20 days, one lesson a day, but you can access all the lessons, okay? And here you are, Jen, okay? 20 lessons, 20 days. No, Bounce House of Tampa, Bounce House Rental. That's quite the moniker you've got there. No, but typically we don't get so many alerts. If you don't like the price range, then just ignore it. That's okay. That's okay. It's just one of the longer ones. One computer with more monitors. Is that a question, Ocean Zulu? Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Yes, audio alerts, absolutely. The question was, can you get audio alerts for the AI? So when a stock, pops up, just like it did right there, well, or if it gets out of a trade, okay? So yes, audio alerts are a great feature of Trade Ideas, and I'll show you how you do that, Bounce House. So audio alerts, here's an alert window. Here's another alert window. So what you can do, if you're listening to me, Michael, not too bad actually. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm on adrenaline right now. So not too bad. I am expecting, and I'm talking, I don't know, can you hear me, Michael? If you can hear me, I'm expecting the plumber anytime soon, so I'll have to take some time off then, but other than that, not bad at all. Okay, so audio alerts. So in an alert window, you right click, properties, actions, check the play sound, set up the sound, and then now you can have text to speech, so it'll actually read out the symbol. But you'll only be able to do that really with one alert window, and I'll explain why. because the whole idea of creating a sound alert is to create a different sound alert for every window that you've got. So that means that when you hear a sound alert, you know exactly, eventually you'll get used to knowing which window to look at. You hear a sound alert, you know which window to look at. Okay, so that's why I was saying you can't put them all text to speech, otherwise you'll never know which window to look at. But if you want to put one of them, that's great. Otherwise, check use custom sound, select the sound. Here we have 3 folders that we've created for you. Within each folder, there are sound alerts. All right, so if you picked one, heart monitor, and you opened it, and then you played it, you'll hear exactly what it sounds like. If you like it, then you say okay and okay again, okay and okay again, and then that sound then gets attached to that window. So when you hear that sound, you know exactly which window to look at. So that's the same thing then. Bounce house, you do the same thing here. Actions, play sound, play sound, set up sound, etc., etc. Okay? Just a second. Just a second, please. Answering something in email here. All the alerts work. Okay. Yeah, okay. I see the question, Holly 2.0. What does it search for? You know what? We're getting rid of the idea of the different segments. Bounce. In the old days, there was only one version of the AI or Holly, and that was Holly Grail. Okay, and we came up with 2.0, which was maybe a little more aggressive. And then Neil was a lot more aggressive. Okay, Neil was looking at stocks that are probably very very dynamic during the day. So if they worked, they really worked. But if they didn't work, they really didn't work. If you get my drift, okay. So Grail was kind of the older conservative one. Holly 2.0 was a little less conservative, and then Neo was say the most liberal, if you will. But we're getting rid of I want to get rid of it anyway. The concept of having the 3 grails, because like look at Holly Grail here. I mean, that's the best alert by far, and it came from Holly Grail, the so-called old one. Okay, that's the best alert by far of 14%. So I don't pay any attention to to be honest, where, I don't even know why I have the segments here. I think the only reason I have the segments here is because people might say to me, well, where did what AI did that come from? Personally, why should I care, right? All I care about is what are the best ones that are coming through all day long. Sorry, I think somebody asked me a question. Was it SPG? My opinion of SPG? Look at MGNX. Wow. Opportunities galore, really. A little pullback there, a little pullback there, a little pullback there. New to trading, you can just sort of see on that 5-minute chart. It's way extended on the 15. Oh, right, right. Okay, Michael. So Michael is going to take over the YouTube stream. Okay, Michael, you are already streaming, right? And I'll just disable my stream. I can't see where you put that message. I just want to make sure. Maybe just pop it into the YouTube. Okay, I'll stop streaming now.
Staring out the window of the Roosevelt Hotel, watching Midtown empty out and a kiss of farewell. They say we come from nothing and to nothing we'll return, and in between is gravity and bridges left to burn.
Hello, everyone, and let me know if the sound is coming through, and let me switch over to... Oh, I had to move some things here, sorry. Looks like it switched things weird. I apologize. Give me 1 second here. Put that right there. Expand that out. And there we go. So, in theory, everyone should hear me and see my screen. Let me know. Okay. How's it going, Mike C? How's everyone enjoying this very doji-filled market? Take a look at the SPY here, right? We had spinning top, little doji here yesterday. Bunch of dojis here. So this crazy open to close action seems to be over, and it's kind of gap and chop, which is certainly not fun, but that's what we're with, right? That's what we get with the market. So that's kind of what's going on. So again, if anyone is new here, what we do is we take an hour and give Barry a much needed break. We get a different trader on pretty much every day that works with trade ideas, and we just hang out here and talk about the market, answer questions is the primary thing. Please, we absolutely love it when you guys ask questions, because there's really not too much prepared, I guess, beforehand, because everyone you're hearing here is both a trader and helps out with support and has different side projects and everything within trade ideas. So the more questions you ask, the less waffling on you have to hear from me. And before I logged on, I just saw that there were some questions about the differences in the AIs and what we're kind of planning on doing there. And Barry did a great job explaining that. Oh, look at cars. That's just a beauty. And essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to differentiate the AIs a little bit more, and less of using kind of the same philosophy for each one with little different risk metrics. What we're trying to do is expand them out. Okay, so how many day traders are there trading every day? Yeah, I think the estimate's 100,000 or 200,000. But again, it would be, how would you define a day trader? Is that someone who exclusively day trades, or is that somebody who, you know, day trades and swing trades, or is it someone, who's an algo trader? That doesn't really matter about time frame, right? It's really different ways that you have to figure all that out. Look at cars go. How do I get Gap and Go? This is just something I've been working on. You can have it if you want. It's not finished, nor I don't know if this is any good, but you can have it. Let me just put that in here. This is just something I've been playing with that's looking for stocks to break out of their high after 20 minutes or so of waiting into a gap. I obviously need to change the volume filters here to spruce that up, but it's just a work in progress. And again, we're all traders here alongside being everything else that we do. So I'm always using the product to try to, figure out different ways to, oh, look, I got cars too right there. Just trying to figure out different styles and everything to add to my repertoire. So if you guys don't know me, I am the guy who does a lot of the AI strategy building and improvements, and I focus on Brokerage Plus because I am a auto trader, kind of algo trader by trade. I use statistics and along with technicals and everything to try to come up with how it is that I like to trade. It's a hybrid approach, I guess, between the two. Is Brokerage Plus needed to use the AI scanners and not auto trade? No. Let me explain to you a little bit, but here's a link to the two different plans. But when it comes to looking at the AI, you only need the premium plan. If you want to auto trade the AI, then you need the Brokerage Plus add-on. But if you just want to have the AI as something that you watch, and even if you want to be able to, you see how if I right click on this symbol and click trade cars, I can buy it using moderate or conservative, how Holly does. So this will just create a trade that Holly will then look for. I can buy it using my own thing. So if I want to buy it and just put it at the stop at the low of the day on cars, I can do that with just a simple quick click here. And that isn't needed for the AI, or that's not needed for Brokerage Plus either. That all comes with the premium plan. So the Brokerage Plus add-on is just is just roughly to auto trade, just to auto trade the AIs. How's Holly doing these past 2 months with your pre-settings, profit-wise? How's she doing? I believe 5% is the year-to-date return, not factoring in commission and slippage, and assuming you have a $50,000 account and you risked $100 per trade. So that's the current number. Again, with Holly, it's all about how did you decide to trade it, right? Did you decide to go risk on or risk off? Did you decide to do a constant dollar amount per trade or a share amount per trade, or based off your stop loss, right? So there's all these settings that you can do to kind of, mold things into your own trading style. Because again, what we're trying to do is we're trying to build like a cyborg type of thing, a merging of man and machine, as opposed to just a replacement of man with machine or vice versa. But yeah, with those kind of rules in place, that's about a 5%-ish this year. Just taking a look at these scans. I have these ones can't be shared because they have a bunch of customs in them. What they're looking for is a doji that occurred on the chart yesterday, and then this one's kind of a breakdown today, and this one's kind of a break up through things that we can do with kind of custom formula things. And I just find that quite often, if you have an indecision day and then a day of big decision after, that it can be kind of the start of a nice little swing trade. And again, when it comes to day trading, I usually let the algos take care of all that for me. And then swing trading, I use statistics to point me in the direction of a trading plan. And then I use my eye to say, okay, this is one that I think is interesting. This Uber alerted way back here, down a lot in a row, like 5 days, 6 days in a row there. So they posted the jam down. I think I actually can grab that here. I think I thought I saw Steve post it. I think that's Steve's. Just searching our little messaging service here and seeing if we have a cloud link for it. I got it here. Let me just see. There it is. Jam down to the 10 SMA. Is that what you were looking for? There's the link right there, if that's it. It's a good looking little scan. It's looking for stocks, if you don't know, that are basically making new lows and kind of cracking into the 10-day SMA. So I use an 8 EMA, again, same stuff, but it's basically a good way to find stocks like this that are building high bases, tight bases there. So a KL, right, just slam down in that short-term moving average. You can quickly see this base that it's forming. Again, everyone trades this kind of thing differently, but what I would do if I was interested in this one is just kind of set a price alert above this line and wait for that. Or you can use the buy and sell buttons and say, well, here, let me do that. And there, if it gets over there, just buy me some and put out a stop down here, which is another massive benefit of Brokerage Plus, is that's that quick. I like 50 cents to $10 stocks. Is there a way to set up all in one package for these stocks? I'm having a bit of trouble trying to set up the scanners for this. Yeah, you can just any scanner that you're looking at. So for example, if you take that scanner that I just gave you, this one here, the Gap and Go, and you right click in the middle of the scan and hit configure, and then go over to Windows specific filters, and under price here, you can just say, okay, I want it 50 cents to $10. And then once you hit okay, then now this is updated. So going forward, I don't think there may not have been anything today. Oh yeah, so you can see everything that it gave here today now with Riot and all this. We're between 50 cents and $10. You can do that with any scan that you find within Trade Ideas, except the AI. Except the AI currently. We're working on maybe an AI that's going to trade a little bit cheaper stocks, but until that's good enough that I'm happy with it, I'm going to continue to test and build. And so far, it's been a bit of a slug, to be honest. Do you know if Brokerage Plus can connect now to Lightspeed? Oh, not in Brokerage Plus. So just so when you click a ticker, that goes over to, oh, damn, that was a good one from that scan, Steve. Yeah, if you just click on it, it populates the level 2 or the chart of Lightspeed. I know we do that. So yeah, we can do that for Lightspeed, not for trading, but just for linking the two softwares so that you can find a symbol and trade ideas and play with it and Lightspeed. We do that for sure. And you can email in at info@tradeideas.com, and they can just give you a simple PDF that will teach you how to set up. That certainly will help things out. But it will be under tools here and symbol linking. You can click add link, and then there'll be a way that you can then just go and say, I want to link to, there's this big drop down menu, and that's Lightspeed will be listed there, should be listed there. If it's not, we can definitely do it. Was the 5% daily profit? So that's year to date, 5%. Experience any problems with interactive brokers such as late fills or other problems? I have not. The two problems I personally have with IB, and this is, again, we're not affiliated with IB. We link to them essentially because we asked our clientele at the time we were building Brokerage Plus and just took whatever the most amount of our customers traded at, just to make it as good for our existing customers as possible. Planning on extending it out down the road. We're working on that now in the background now, just something that has to be tested. But that out of the way, IB is really good at a couple things. Their fills are good. Their shorts are good. Right there, it's fast, and it's good amount of shorts compared to a lot of other brokers. The downsides I have to IB is I'm not a fan of their customer service very much, but it's the fact that they charge for data. So if you're planning on picking up Brokerage Plus, or you already have them linked and you're not paying IB for live real-time data, they're delaying their data to you by default. And that can kind of mess up the system a little bit because we use their pricing data when you're linked to them. And that's just it's like $10 a month, and they refund you after you trade a bunch. So it's not a big deal. It's just kind of like a little personal gripe. I think if the other thing to note is that the Interactive Brokers Lite, their zero commission part of it, does not support API trading. So unfortunately, even though we'd very much like to, we can't link to that cheap for auto trading. So I hope that makes sense. But yeah, when it comes to fills, no, they've been fine for fills. I've heard of complaints with some of the brokers, now that they've got zero commission, having problems with fills, which may be why IB is doing so well, is because they've at least for their API trading and everything, they're not going that order flow selling model. So that might be a benefit that they had, but I don't know. It's so far so good with them. Yeah, Thinkorswim struggles in the first 5 minutes. I've heard stuff like that ever since they've gone zero commission, which is unfortunate, but it's just the way she goes. How many subscribers does Trade Ideas have? I don't know if we released the exact number of that, so I'm going to be a little bit guarded there, but it's in the thousands. We are an Inc. 5000 company, so we're not a big company. There's 20 or so people that are working there, but we're not been around for 13 years, and we're on the Inc. 5000. So we're not big, but we're not kind of fly by night either. $11 billion, Sean says, so we'll go with that. How do I create a scanner? buy, V, dip, bottom, tail, low, etc. Let's just go through the basics of how to build a scanner. And what I am going to do too is let me link this in a chat here. This is our Trade Ideas University series. It's a 4-part series that goes from like 101 to 401. Very, very intro to super advanced, depending on how deep you want to go. That's a great kind of evergreen, learn at your own speed kind of thing. Yeah, Sean's there too, so you have to put up with him for a bit, but that's other than that, it's fine. So if you want to build a new scanner, first thing to know is there's 2 types of scanners. There's what we call alert windows, and alert windows are the ones you see here. And what these are doing is they're waiting for a certain event to occur. So this particular event is looking for a breakdown of resistance or support on this one, right? So right here, Trade Ideas determined that this little area was support. Right over here, it broke it, not by a lot, obviously. This isn't a day trading scan, it's a swing trading scan, and that's just the methodology for entry there. So that's an alert window. So that is kind of scanning the market all day, every day, all the time, and saying, okay, when these things occur, I want to be informed about them. I'm going to just, I think I already saved this. Let me just save to be safe. And then we have top lists, which are scans that look like this. And what these do is these basically sort the market kind of like an Excel spreadsheet where, it's saying, okay, I want all of the stocks that are, under $50 that have this or that or the other thing going on. And what we're going to do is we're going to sort those for you. We're going to show you in some sort of ranked order. Like, for example, this is ranked by short float. It's showing everything with the highest short float on top, if you're looking for stocks like that. So first, it depends what kind of scan you want. Do you want something that's kind of firing off alerts in your face, or do you want something that you can scan through a lot of symbols and pick what it is that you're looking for? And then when you figure that out, it's just going into new. And then let's just do an alert window. And then you use this handy search button right here just to find out what it is you're looking for. Right? So, you said, for example, dojis. So if I type in doji, you can see a 5-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute, and 60-minute doji. So you can just add that alert in, and there you go. You built a scan that is going to just tell you when dojis occur. So here's a 60-minute doji. Let's go into the time frame, 60 minutes. And you can see it saying, oh, there's a 60-minute doji right there. Right, so, and then you can start to add things to it just by right-click in the body of the window and just click Configure. And anything you can search for. So if I want to put in a price, I'll just type in price. And let me add that filter in and say between $1 and $25. Let's say $100. And then if I want to say I want a certain amount of volume, I can go volume, average daily for 3 months. Let's put in 500,000 shares. And then if we click OK again, so now we've updated the scan. So now it's going to show us those dojis, but ones that are between that price range and that volume range. So YPF, right here, of course. So that's a 60-minute doji right there on YPF, LAC, 60-minute doji right there. So that's kind of a good way to get started. If you really want to dive deep, I really recommend that. Class. It's 4 hours of just from the very, very beginning of Trade Ideas all the way up to back testing and auto trading and all kinds of stuff like that. During a webinar, they mentioned about having Holly performance sheet available. Do you know when that will happen? That Cars was a nice trade. We can get you, if you email in to info at Trade Ideas, if you want to know how Holly has done, we can get you stuff there for sure. I guess it just depends, what do you want to know. Anyone can go back inside of the system here, and I can say history and go time frame, and I can say go back 64 days and click OK, and I can look through kind of every single trade Holly has done here, and that might lag the system for a second if I really want it, right? I can zoom in, go back to what Holly did 60 days ago and check out each trade on the chart, which is cool. Hi, set up a turbo brake strategy, but experience that executes long trade. I have it set up, short. Not all trades, but some were short, but some were getting executed as long. So they'll only execute as you set them up right here. So let's take a look at Brokerage Plus. Now, if you're noticing that from a long strategy, and let me open a one, that you think that there's some shorts coming through, you may have put both a trailing stop and a stop loss in there. That's super common. Don't do that, because what you're going to do is you're going to put out 2 stop losses. And if you buy 100 shares and you put 200 shares worth of stop losses out, you can get stopped and then flip your position, and then you're short. That's the most common problem or solution to the problem that I hear people say of, it's long and it's getting short, because it won't, it only sends out buy orders if you have long here selected under the configuration tab and directed. If you're getting shorts, it's probably because you put out 2 different stop loss orders and they got triggered at the same time. Oh, no worries, Jay. Yeah, you can go back up to 64 days. I know Sean uses that. That's how he does his swing trading Holly list. He pulls that. He goes back and looks at the history and finds ones that he likes and puts them on that swing trading Holly watch list that he keeps going. Richie, you guys rock. Oh, I like to hear that. Heard great things about your scanners, being ahead of all the other news reports. That means a lot. Day traders are seeking breaking news and gaps. Yeah, we, Trade Ideas has held for a very long time that we believe that volume always is a precursor to news, right? It's always, and you see it all the time everywhere you look. You could say somebody new, or maybe the algos are faster than humans or whatever, but you see like a crazy volume spike and the stock starts going crazy, and then in a few minutes you hear the news, and it's like, okay, well, great. Now that I know the news, but the move's already happened, what's going on. So our theory has always been just watch the volume, play the price action, and you'll find out the news down the road. And that's how we try to keep ahead. And then, gappers is something that's great. It's very paramount for a lot of traders. I like this doji thing. I'm going to watch this for a bit. Oh, we have 15 minutes? I have 15 minutes. I like 15-minute charts. I don't know why. My only intraday time frame is 15 minutes. I don't go closer than that. Ugh. That one doesn't look good. Only set up stop loss parameter and profit target. Trailing stop is not set up. Well, where did you set those up? Your profit target and your stop loss. One of the best way to go through it is you can go through and there's a messages tab right here, along with an executions tab. If you go under new and Brokerage Plus, if you go through the executions tab, it will tell you kind of exactly where everything happened. and how it happened, right? So how the order was traded. Also in the messages tab, if you open this up, this kind of gives a text explanation of what's happening. So, right, for example, received alert from Turtlehead short. Didn't trade because I didn't have it activated at that time. Advanced exit received for QTRX, but I got 0 position, so it didn't do anything there. We'll get it figured out for you. It's only a setup. Under edit trading strategy. Yep. So again, if you go in your message and you look at one of the trades that you think should have been a short instead of a long, it will tell you exactly where that trade came from. And again, if these things are showing long right here and you don't have, so for example, if you're trying to buy a stock and you have a target right here and a stop right below and they're super tight together, it's possible that the stock could come up and then short and then go down here before the order cancels. You can try that. Take a look at those settings, but go through your messages and your executions and see exactly what happened there. Because again, take a look. If these are saying long right here, and then you're right clicking and you're editing and it says long right here, it will only send out long orders. But these messages and execution tabs will tell you exactly where those trades came from. I'm sure it's just a setting, right? We've got a couple thousand people using this, and there's no error that I've seen right now that would be causing that. So I think it's probably just a little bit of a setup thing that we got to figure out for you, and we'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. If we can't get it while I'm here, then I'll get you to send me an email directly, and I'll give you that if we can't figure it out here, and we'll take a look at it there. Also important to note, if you're trading in our sim, it's fine, but if you're trading with Interactive Brokers, as kind of we talked about, I don't know if you were there for that, we talked a little earlier, you have to go and get a data plan with them. You have to make sure that your data plan is up to date and for what you're trading. And away we go. Right, so what symbols gave you the problem, and where did that symbol come from when you look in your messages and executions tab? Right, and did it maybe buy the stock and then there was a couple orders out there and flipped short, right? You have to go through your execution tab and find out, kind of paint that story. That's not the fun part of auto trading, but it's sadly the most important part. Is going through and saying, okay, well, why did this happen, and where can I do better on this one in the future, and where can I figure this one out? Ella, there's a chance you could explain how to see morning gappers over a week, a month. See if morning gappers retrace themselves. You can currently at this time, you can't go back and say, I want to see a gapper from 3 months ago and how that retracing itself. We're building systems that will allow us to do that in the future, but we can't right now. But you can go and you can take a look at the gappers today. If you go down to the pre-market channel right here, and you click on that, these will show you all of the gappers that happened today. If you wanted to look at the history of any scan, you can right click, and under history time frame, you can go and use a historical date. So you can go back and you say, I want to see the gaps from last month at 10 a.m. And you click OK, and there you go. These are going to be the ones that have gapped last month at this day at 10 a.m. If that's kind of what you're looking for, we can do that for sure. You can go back up to 64 days in any of those scanners and see how that worked out. Again, currently saying I want to find a gap that's being filled, and that gap is 3 months ago. Not yet, but we are on to something that should help with that, no problem. Just let me know if that's what you're after. And again, guys, we are here for another 30 minutes giving Barry a much needed break. So any questions, certainly come on and let me know. That is what we are here for. When will the swing trading AI be ready? We're working on it. These things take time, and we need a bit of a server wake up where the server can deal with a little more from this kind of swing trading side of things. Again, I'm no ETA yet. I'll just keep saying we're working on it. Once we get all the server tech up and running, I've built about 12 to 13 different algorithms that I'm going to feed into it, and then we just have to watch it for a period of time and make sure that it is doing what it should be doing. Until then, make sure you're using the software to kind of build up your own repertoire of swing trading systems. Oh, this is an oldie, 2 years old. I typed in swing trading just to see what would pop up. Wonder if how this is testing. Custom formulas in this one, sadly, so I can't change it, but explain what you meant by data plan with IB. So, unfortunately, Interactive Brokers delays their data by default. So if you just buy an Interactive Brokers plan and then plug it into Trade Ideas and away you go, the thing is that we pull pricing data and we pull certain data into Trade Ideas from broker or from IB, right? So we grab some data from them to use in the system, mainly the last price and the bid and the ask and things like that, because they're they're quicker together, right? They produce that at a faster rate, and we also want to use theirs just in case something happens to our server. We want to make sure that all of your pricing data is coming from them. But sadly, unlike I think every other broker that I know, IB doesn't give you real-time data just when you open an account. You have to go to them and buy a data plan. And then from there, when you have that plan on the go, then they actually pipe you the real-time data. So if, for example, you're getting weird fills in Brokerage Plus, or the last price isn't updating enough, or, you said that you want to buy and risk $10 and the trade comes out and it's like $25 or something like that, usually it's because IB is delaying your data. So where Trade Ideas is using their data to do certain computations, it's doing it off of old data. So you go to them and you can buy a data package. And again, I believe it's like $10 a month for their data package. And I think they refund you if you've traded actively. I think they give you that money back. Don't quote me on that one though. But by doing this, you get that live data, and then everything works way, way better in our system. Again, we're working on expanding out who we link to next. Hopefully we link to someone who gives real-time data to their clients for free. But our data is always live. I guess TLDR, our data is live. Their data is sometimes delayed unless you pay them. And because ours is live and theirs isn't, it can cause issues with the auto trader. Back testing for morning gappers and their finish. Yeah, you could gap, but you need a little bit more information than that, right? When do you want it to, what do you want it to see when you're back testing? What's the profit target? What's the hold time? So for example, if I just said, let's zip up a little. I think I have a gap and crap scan somewhere, pardon my French. Somewhere, cap and crap. So this is just a simple scan that I built of stocks that have gapped up and then they're crossing back through the open. And I tried to back test it. I don't even think I ever got this to work very good, to be honest. And I could just say, for example, I want to trade that, but do you want them to cross through the open? Do you want them to break resistance? Do you want an opening range break? When do you want the break to occur? How long do you want to hold for? What's your risk? What's your reward? These are all the things that you'd have to build into the plan. But just a simple back test over the last 60 days of stocks that have gapped up, 2 standard deviations of their normal move and back, you can see that these would be the odds of that. But, just looking for gaps to retrace, you got to build in, there's many more questions to ask before you get that, an answer to something like that for sure. Okay, I've heard about the $10. Yeah, I think it's, again, don't quote me on the price, but it's around $10 or so they charge for data. Okay, so will Holly be available to trade the ETFs? We tried that. We tried that really heavily. Larry, I was actually involved in that project where we tried to, man, I thought I was under attack for a second. The fiance's just putting out the laundry and it went by the office window. I feared myself. Yeah, I can send you this. You can see how it back tested. It's not a very good scan, but I can send you this for sure. Well, it's not a very good algo. I guess it could be a great scan if you're applying your trading eye to it. Share. But yeah, we tried to make her look at ETFs. I built a number of algos that were just looking at ETFs, and what we found is that there was much less edge for a trader in ETFs than in stocks, which, if you sit and think empirically, it certainly makes sense. This stock is up 6%. Cars, which is the Holly's kind of trade of the day here, is up 44%. That you're not going to get a move in the ETF market of 40%, right? Imagine everyone losing their mind if the SPY is up 40% one day. So we tried and we tested it, and we did a lot of hunting around and looking, and we're never done. I guess is a good thing to point out here. Is I always, I listen to what clients are trading. I when we can travel, I travel the world, basically, to go to different conferences and see what everyone's up to, and try to build those into the AI. So everything that has not been tried will be tried at some point, and I bet you everything that has been tried will be tried again. Because as I just talked about with the gap and crap scan, or the gap and go scan, is that there's, if someone says, I want a gap that fails and I want to short that gap, there's 100 ways to skin that cat, right? So we kind of keep working on it. Why didn't Holly pick up MGNX? must not have met the criteria today. Oh, probably because before it did this, I may have traded absolutely nothing in volume. There's movers every day, and the one thing you learn about trading is you're not going to catch them. Yeah, because before then, it was not any volume happened in that stock. That's why, most likely. But could it just not meet any of the criteria we're looking for? So instead of us trying to use a crystal ball and say, well, we want to look for things that go, what we have to do is say, well, build these certain criteria, right? We want stocks that are doing X, Y, and Z, and then we want you to run 70 million combinations and permutations every night to make sure that you come out with something profitable. Then that's what we do. But it's obviously not going to get every stock, nor do we want it to. If it grabs a couple good ones a day, good to go. Now, for what it's worth, there is no way in hell I would have ever traded this. It's easy to look at it here and say, oh yeah, I definitely would have made millions of dollars if I had learned this thing. But, tell me that when it's right here, in the first opening minutes of the day, and this is, a 2-point range, and then it doesn't give you any kind of setup or pullback. It just runs right off the open. You're talking 5-point, 10-point swings here. Nah, I know if Ollie alerted this to me, I would have ignored it. And even seeing the move that it did now, I'm fine with that. Right? You get over that with age, I guess. You get over the fact that, yeah, it'd be cool to have 1,000 shares here and be up 10K or something on the day, but with a 2-point risk in the first 2 minutes, if I took any of this, it would only have been small. I'm not going to risk 2,000 stacks at the open for sure. That's a quick end to a trading career. But again, it's to each their own, right? You could build a scan to find that if you really want it. You just find something that has like insane volume. You'd probably have found that. Right now it's doing 135 times normal volume, so just a little bit of a volume increase there. Jokingly, of course. So 15 minutes more, guys. Let me know if there are any questions or comments, anything you want to know about trading, anything you want to know about the way things work. Are there any scanners to find ones like that one? So again, a bit of a loaded question, right? What did you want to see that would have told you that would have happened? Right? It's easy to find stocks now that are up an insane amount on the day. If you want to do that, but any scanner that you build to say, I want to find something that's doing a whole bunch of volume, which, yeah, you could just build, right click in any scan, configure, and just add in the relative volume feature with this search, right? Relative volume. Say, I only want stocks that are doing 100 times relative volume. And you can find that, but you got to know that everything that this finds certainly won't be get rid of these. Certainly won't do this, right? There's no way to know that a stock would ever do this until after it happens. So yeah, this one would have picked this up today for sure. And anything with that amount would have picked it up today. Would have picked this one, this LPSN, which I think NEO picked up maybe, right? This SE. Just important to note that it's going to pick up, right, stocks that are down a bunch. So NEO picked up this one as well. And yeah, would have got this right here. You would have had to say, oh no, this thing's up 300% on the day or whatever. It's gone from $7 to 15. So I guess 200 in the day. I'm going to continue to buy. Again, to each your own, but especially if you're a new trader, don't even look at this as something that's possible. You may grab one of these luckily enough once in your life, but again, as a trader, your job is to have a plan and come in with that plan and then trade that plan on a daily basis and just pull a little bit out of the market every single day. And I guarantee you'll be better off for it. I'm going to keep this up here for a second, guys. I've been watching this pins today, doing this kind of ascending wedge like this into this short-term moving average. I'm looking for it to break out of this wedge, and I'm going to put a stop above here, see if I can scalp a couple bucks out of that. Where can I find scans for swing trades? What do you want to scan for? What does your trading plan look for? And I can see if there's something that are out there. Are you a pattern trader, or a candlestick trader, an indicator trader? What's your trading plan say? And I bet you we can scan for it. Yeah, any extreme volume scan would have gotten that for sure. Again, if you're new, turn off the TV on that one. Just keeping an eye here on pins. I've got it set up over in my Brokerage Plus in the other screen, ready to execute a trade. Just a simple day trade on this one. So yeah, just let me know what your trading plan says is the way to go on what you're looking for in swing trades, and I'll see if we've got something for you, which I'm sure we do. Oh, that wasn't, I want it. Okay. Okay, I thought I missed this fill on pins. It just hasn't happened yet. 1827. 1820-ish is, I think, going to be my entry on this one. Candlestick. Okay, well, what kind of candlesticks you look for? So we've got this cool thing that if you right-click in a scan and hit configure, and not a lot of people know about this, so this might be some inside. Under symbol list here, we have add existing lists, right? So if you click on that guy, you get a bunch of different lists here. One of which is daily right here. Hope you guys are seeing this. My pen got out of it. But add existing list daily, and there's a little plus symbol. If you expand that, there's a whole list of candlestick here. Bullish engulfing, bearish engulfing, hanging man, hammer, long-legged doji, gravestone dojis. You can click on any of these, and what these are symbol lists that Trade Ideas actually builds in the background. So if I just want to say doji here, and go okay, then what this is doing is it's going to find these stocks that have dojis right here. LPCN had a doji right here. IBA had a doji yesterday. So what you can do with that is you can scan the night before and say, oh, I want to find all these doji candles right here. Oh, this one actually looks pretty good. How much volume? 1.5 million. Okay. I am going to add this to a list, guys. One moment. What I'm looking for at this is a swing trade. Is I just see we've got this kind of prior resistance is support right here. We see a little bull flag going on here like this and like that, right? So if we break out of this bull flag, maybe we get going. It doesn't move a lot for sure, right? This is $2 and this is $2.50. But you can see how you can go back in, you can grab any of the candlestick scans you want and scan those every night, build your list. Any ideas on a entry just above the 10 SMA on an 820 cross? Yeah, so you could, let's just open up a new alert window here. Right in, delete this, right in here. And if you look for moving average, you can see these are kind of all the MAs that we have access to when it comes to different alert windows. What if I go MA? Is there more? I think there's more. Oh, you can just do it here, I think. Yeah, so you click down here and look for moving average. Right here under click add filter and say I want it the minimum of this amount to be 0. And that would just say I want it over the 10-day SMA. If you want it an 820 cross, you can have right here. 8-period SMA crossed above the 20-period SMA. So this is on the 5-minute, the 2-minute candle, 15-minute candle. And then you can go up into a lot of these daily ones where you can say I want it crossing above or below these particular moving averages. See, you can just build those in like that. And again, get creative, right? It's start to play with filters and see which ones you like. For example, if you want to say, I want the 8 and the 20 to have crossed a little bit ago, maybe you use these filters and you have that the 8-period MA is 1% above the 20 or something like that. But yeah, this is really, it's a thing you got to play on, right? You got to play with it, come up with things that work for your trading style, adapt. Hell, if you go on my YouTube channel, you'll see that once a week or once a month, the layout that I show on that channel just changes. And it's because I'm always just playing and I know there's no one good thing that works forever. So, I'm always playing. Have to put a volume filter if you're going to use these candlestick ones for sure. Yeah, but just keep playing. Like, for example, I've got this scan that's looking for things that are at the 8-period SMA. I like this one. I just call it at the 8, which is just has a filter that says I don't want you too much above or below the 8. Where is it? Yeah, 3%. It can't be more than 3% below or 3% above. And then what it gives me is it gives me stocks that are close to the 8, and then I sort them by relative volume. So these are all the highest relative volume names that are still close to the 8 MA. So I'll take this list and I'll scan through them and look for things, well, like this. This is an interesting looking guy here. Another bull flag, right? Big, strong push up, and then it's been chopping sideways for a few days. This light gray line on my chart, which may not come through that much, that's the 200-day moving average right there. So you can see it broke the 200-day moving average, just chopping around. I'll just put it in my channel. I do it once a stream if people haven't noticed. Yeah, so we get this kind of sideways chop. So I'd keep an eye on this, see if it breaks up over this bull flag here. Crazy volume. So something happened there. Pharmaceutical companies are scary, though, that's for sure. All right. So another few minutes here. Gonna see if Barry might still be out. That's fine. So again, any more questions in the last few minutes here? There's could you send us at the 8? Yeah, for sure. Save and share. Copy that link. I don't think there's any customs in this one. Let me just check. Sometimes if there are custom, it can mess up your scan. But no, all base stuff. So that should open up just the way I see it on your guys' screen. Just a nice little, it's very, very simple scan. But I just go through, I do all of my trading at night, which I know sounds weird, but I make up lists and then I put that list and into the auto trader, and I have them auto traded for me. So I don't trade really during the day very much. This pins that I'm looking at over here is rare. I may do 1 or 2 trades a day on things that I'm really interested in, but most of it's just done by robots. Can I explain flipped A table? Sure can. 1 second here. Let me grab one. Just anything. Let me grab a simple, the first one that pops up. Here we go. Okay, so this is a scan that's looking for a break of a 2-minute opening range, right? So break of an early kind of gap high, right? So it's got some, right? It's got this new high, opening range, high filter, and it's got some things like volume and price. Let's actually change this to what I wanted. I think I did that for an example. Right, so it's got all that. And then it comes up with this long base scan that's looking for things that are breaking the 2-minute high. Now, if I right click and I want to duplicate this, say I wanted a short version of the same scan, the exact same scan. Then if I right click in the middle of the window and hit configure, then I hit this flip button here, what it's going to do is it's going to be smart enough that it's going to flip everything that would make it from a long scan to a short scan, and then leave the other stuff unflipped, right? So if I click flip, you can see now it's looking for a 2-minute opening range breakdown instead of break out. But it didn't change. It still stocks from $1 to $200. It's not going to change the volume or anything. It's only going to flip things that are directionally orientated. So for example, this one has to be gapping down 3% instead of gapping up 3% on the other one. So anything that's like directionally based, it will flip. Anything that is, kind of slow and steady, like volume or price or time, it's not going to change those. So this one is now going to be stocks that have gapped down and they're breaking under their 2-minute lows. Make sense? Hope it makes sense. I just love it because it's a quick way to, if you come up with a really good long scan and you're like, I wonder if this works short, you can flip it, see if it works short. You'll be surprised how often it doesn't, though, that a long scenario flipped doesn't equal a good short scenario, which is one thing that I always found was super interesting. What were we looking for in SLNE? SLNE. I don't know. What is SLNE? I don't even, SINE? Oh, maybe you're listening to Barry in the room. Is he back in the room? Let me check. Because if he's back in the room, then you may be hearing him in the room and answering me here. But SLNE doesn't seem to be a ticker. Okay, I am gonna hope. Um, I see Barry. He's actually streaming over, or he's over there. Um, okay, yep. So he's good now. So all right, guys, it was nice chatting with you, and I will see you later.
Okay. Okay. I'm back in the YouTube room, guys. Okay. So I'm sure Michael entertained you. Okay. One moment, please. So, okay. Just Sam, or who asked that question? Just give me one moment, please. I have to change my headset. Just 1 second. Give me one more minute, please. Just trying to do something with this plumbing thing. Okay. Just give me one more minute. Okay, guys, I am back. So let me answer your question. Who asked the question about wanting to see it repeating? So all you have to do is this: take the window that you have, right click, properties, and where it says view mode. Okay, you have it checked group and sort by. You can check newest first, and then that'll happen for you. Okay, you'll get them repeating over and over again. Okay. So who asked that question? Hopefully I answered it. You can, Sanjay? Okay, that was you. Okay. And then remember to save your work. What? A red candle? Yeah, I mean, not yet though. I mean, look at these bottoming tails though too, right? I mean, it's a red candle, right? But look at the bottoming tails. Now it's a big topping tail, maybe, but look, it's trying again. So what do the bottoming tails mean on those 5-minute candles? So the sellers tried, but the buyers took it up. The sellers tried again, and now the buyers are still in control. So far, buyers are still in control. Well, there it goes. Yeah, I just stuck the price alert, and it just popped. Okay, so Larry, is that question directed to me? This is the format of the room every day. Okay. Okay, this is not a special day or anything. This is, the room is like this Monday to, well, not every day, Monday to Friday from 9 to 3 Eastern Time, okay? Sharing my screen live in the mic. So it's say Monday to Friday. Well, if you're a new trader, I mean, the temptation is just to, it's going to keep going. I mean, it is. The temptation is just to take this, but there's no, maybe there is a, maybe 2460. Wow. What a candle. And look at the volume. So we've now almost traded the float. So there's the float. 47 million shares are in the float. We traded 45 million. 45 million in a 47 million float. That is, that's astonishing. And it's halted. And remember, had I been paying a little, oh, not, no, I'm sorry, that's the TGTX. TGTX, guys, is still really interesting. I know it's hard to take your eyes off the MGNX, but the TGTX is still very interesting. Look at this. It's just basing nicely. So what happens if all of a sudden we get a big volume burst? I can tell you what's going to, it's going to, well, assuming the volume burst and the price starts moving higher, I mean, that is just going to accelerate it. Meanwhile, at the boring watch list, let's see, GWB 1422, 1418, okay, LC 621, 590. You know what? It's funny. I tried to actually short this one a little bit earlier. Couldn't get the short where I wanted it. It's down. At that point, it was just down a little over 10%, and I wanted to get the short. But the uptick rule nailed me. So if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, if a stock is down 10%, excuse me, normally when you short something, all you have to do, just like when you go long, you just go in at the bid. You just say, okay, I want to short 595. Obviously, it's just the reverse. You want to go long, you go in at the ask, okay? Going in at the ask, if you go in at the ask for virtually anything, you'll get filled immediately, assuming it's not running. But when a stock is down 10% and you want to go in at that bid, there has to be some action at the ask, number one. Okay, so it has to see some action at the ask. And then if it goes back to that bid, you may be in a big queue of other people wanting to do the same thing. So it can be very frustrating trying to get a short when something is down more than 10%. And that 10%, that carries over to tomorrow. So if a stock is down 10% today, that uptick rule is in effect also tomorrow, even if the stock is not down 10% again. So that's just something. So I actually tried to get the LC, and I just couldn't get a fill. but it continues down. So what's Love doing? Love, wow, I mean, that's a 26.17, 25, got all the way down to 24 something. Resi, yeah, well, actually had a little bit of a pop, back up to 7, but continuing to give it up. Well, LC, I mean, it's showing up on the short side. I mean, there's no support for it. You know, I mean, it's at an all-time low. I'm not saying it's not going to pop from here, but it doesn't look good. All right, let's take a look. MGNC, so it got halted at 113. If you're unfamiliar, oh, it resumed. It resumed, right? Yeah, so it's a resumption. So if you're unfamiliar with halts and resumes and all, it's just basically math. If a stock goes up a certain amount in a certain period of time, computer triggers a halt. Okay, and it's just sort of a breathing period, typically. And you see, it's reason 26. That is a volatility halt, and typically the halts are 5 minutes. And you can see that, you know, exactly 108.57, 57 seconds after 108, and it opened at 113.57. Typically there are 5 minutes. I would say that the vast majority, sometimes they're 10. And it always, if it's not 5 minutes, then it will be a multiple of 5. But I would say that, you know, 95 out of 100, even maybe even more, are 5-minute halts. I don't know, guys. This is a red bar ignored for me. I mean, if it takes out 27.36, oh, that was for Michael, Larry. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, this mark is interesting. I know I see a lot of chatter about this thing. I don't know what it does, but I did see that move and then really gave it most of it up yesterday, but has come right back. So it's pretty resilient. Look at the volume too. Look at the volume that came in right there, guys. That's what you want to see. I mean, you want to, if you're looking at things and you see big volume bursts, I mean, there's a huge volume burst. That's over 20 million shares right there. That's over a third, probably over a third of the volume of the day happened right there on that 15-minute candle or volume bar. Well, here's another one on the day, on the way down. So this is another earnings play, actually. Released, interesting. So there's the reaction. CPSH released earnings after hours. This is a small one. After hours yesterday. Great initial reaction. Tremendous pre-market reaction. Remember, on a percentage basis, this was 115. Gets up to 232 in the pre-market. I mean, that is, you know, that's almost the same as the other one, you know, in terms of a percentage move. But now it's just giving it up. Oops, there we go. Well, let's see what it's stacking up. So this is what how if you have this is from Interactive Brokers, but I mean all brokers will have something like this, time and sales, etc. So this is where it's stacking up, 2350, 2350. So it got halted at 2324. Now this doesn't have to hold, but obviously if it's going to go down a lot, you would see this way under. But we'll see. I mean, this is still early, 118. So it'll open at 123, 38 seconds after 123. But I mean, that's where it's stacking up right now. So it's not like it's not huge underneath 23.24. It's slightly above it. That doesn't mean anything yet. Yes, it got halted again, yes. Boy, this one, I mean, this TGTX popping through 50 again. And LC continues down. Now this one could be hard to get to because this was probably down 10% yesterday, maybe. It's down 5% now. So if it was down 10% yesterday, it looks like it could have been. CHGG. So I want to see that one because, yeah. So this was an earnings play yesterday. It looks like it's just above yesterday's high. So that was like a huge gap up on earnings yesterday. You can see there's the daily chart. So that was the reaction. Did sell off a little bit. I mean, it got as high as basically what it got today. So it's above yesterday's high now. 61.33 was yesterday's high. And so it's a little bit above that high right now. And obviously there's no resistance. Why? It's an all-time high. So, I mean, it could stall for another bunch of other reasons, but it's not going to stall because of resistance on the chart. No, he's coming in about an hour. The plumber's coming in an hour. At that point, I'll definitely be, well, it's almost be ready to close the room down anyway, so I'll probably shut the room down when he gets here. It's supposed to be here at 11:30, but he could be late. Shut the room down at 12 anyway, so. Well, interesting. How's the Rambus doing now? It finally pulled back. So, but nice alert. I mean, look, it got up to 1580 from 1505, 1505. So guys, I am going to do a quick video, all right? I'm going to do a quick video, so talk a little bit of some of the stuff that happened in the room, well, in the trade. So I'm going to do a quick video. Time is it now? 1:23. So maybe say 1:45. Sorry about that, guys. Just a second. So say back about 1:45.